Good morning. I have some pretty good viewers that send me emails every now and then with interesting information all the time. And it seems that not only is Barry attacking everybody, me and immigration and the courts and everything else, but he's attacking the U.S. Embassy. Very scathing leather. I don't know if it's on my thumbnail or not. You'd have to check it out. He's part of it. And he's just lashing out against the whole world. And I really don't understand how he sees that's going to help his situation whatsoever. My other phone is dead. I don't do split screens, so otherwise I'd be able to actually show you that. Oh, yeah, he mentioned my name on there, and he's saying he's being held prisoner, and he's talking about human rights. Well, what about my rights? What about mine? He's talking about human rights. He's not human. As usual, it's bad timing, so if you guys could hold on a couple of minutes, I'll be right with you. Sorry about that. You're going to have to break down one day, invert to quality laptop. Yeah, well, I got a laptop, but it's kind of funky. But, my future on YouTube. Invest in what, really? Let me see if I can even find this thing. Always busy guy.
Always busy.
Busy, busy, busy. Anyway, I don't know who he hasn't attacked other than myself. You go down a list of everybody from Ricky, Biggie, Don C, Papa. I mean, the list goes on and on. Besides all the governmental agencies that he's pissing off, and of course the U.S. Embassy, which he's been attacking them for actually a very long time, a very, very long time. And I received an email of something somebody found, and yeah, he's actually big time attacking the U.S. Embassy. I don't know. He wants people or governmental agencies or whatever to be on his side, but unfortunately, he just goes, okay, maybe I could bring up this email here. Okay, I've actually got it. Okay, okay, I'll just read, you could read it yourself. The Bureau of Immigration, let's do both here, is taking money. Listen to this, what he's accusing me of. Again, he's attacking the Bureau of Immigration as well as the U.S. Embassy. The U.S. Embassy should help the Americans that are being held at immigration. My civil and human rights are being violated daily. And you can see who it's from. The Bureau of Immigration is taking money, listen to this, from a man named Frank Battaglia to keep me in detention in Cebu. I have my deportation order, and yet I'm being held 21 months. Frank Battaglia is filing cases on Americans. Really, I'm just going all over the place filing cases on Americans. Really? How many? And other foreigners to get money. Really? Is that what it's all about? Someone calls him a name and he files cyber libel cases against them. The Bureau of Immigration refuses to let me go to the hospital, which I find ludicrous. The living conditions are not fit for human or animal. No running water, they do not feed you. I have to pay for my own water and food and pay for my own transportation. Whoops, see where that came from. Okay. Let's see, make this bigger here. Not fit for human or animals. Don't give me water. They don't feed. You have to pay for my. I have to pay for my food and water, and pay for my own own transportation to court. Corruption is unreal. I want to go home. The U.S. Embassy in the Philippines. Do your jobs. Do your jobs. Okay, there you go. You see, one of my viewers sent me that. Wow. Pretty intense stuff. Again, all those accusations, which are not helping them, keep accusing me of everything from bribing immigration, yelling at immigration for not doing their job, yelling at the U.S. Embassy for not doing their job, and well, you know, it was not meant to be a country club to begin with. And I have to agree with him on only one thing. That, well, the Philippines is really not known for having the best accommodations in the world. In fact, they're on the list of being one of the worst countries, for any kind of imprisonment whatsoever. I agree that buildings should have been demolished a long time ago. No running water, this and that. That's true. That's all it's the only truthful thing that he's ever talked about. Only truthful thing. Yeah. The best and brightest says, did you see the video, him showing his laptop, TV, and Xbox? No, I don't believe I've seen it. He may be off for a couple of days because his girlfriend, not wife, is visiting him. Does that mean she stays over at his cell? How does that work? Because she lives in Karkar. So is she going to go visit him one day and then go stay with a friend and then come back the next day? Or does she get to stay overnight, like a hotel? No, I don't believe I've seen that. I don't know what show that was on. Well, he was showing everything. He's the one that said, again, another lie. He never had an Xbox or anything. But, you hear him playing on it every time he does the show. I mean, it's so goddamn obvious. You could hear the sound effects and all the stuff going on there. Isn't that amazing? Well, maybe he should not have fucked over immigration willingly. Willingly. Big difference. Willingly rather than unwillingly. With all the money he spent on booze and cigarettes and women through the years, perhaps, maybe he could have took a little bit of that money and he could have paid his visa fees when they were actually due. And to me, that was a willingful act that he did. You can't feel sorry for him for that. No, you can't. And everything he's done has been against himself, really, but he's so frustrated that he's lashing out at every governmental agency that exists in the Philippines. DOJ, immigration, U.S. Embassy, even writing to Rafi Tulfo, and man, that's getting kind of extreme, if I say so myself. And I got 41 people here. pretty incredible. I mean, there are better ways, I think, to get things done in an organized fashion and not doing things of having a hot head, because that's what gets you in trouble when you have that hot head and you get cocky and you say the things that he does on a regular basis on here. Because quite frankly, I just don't know what he has to achieve by maintaining such an attitude as his. I don't know. It's just me, but I just think that there's better ways of handling situations. The best and big writer says, I don't think Shaw's family knows he's in jail. The photo of Barry on her page are all before he was sent to detention. Yes. No, he already said that. The family don't know. He said that only the brother, one or two sisters, or something like that knows, but the father and the rest of the family, they basically told them that he was in America working or whatever. So as far as being close to the family, I think we could rule that one out because obviously not. And it's obvious that his girlfriend is hiding the real situation to the best part of her family as to what's actually going on with him, that he's actually in jail. Hello, Stefan. He scammed the Philippines by not paying his fees, and he's the victim. Amazing. Yeah, I know. Well, two different things in immigration. Unwillingness or willingness, but under certain circumstances. I mean, there is something called administrative, but his was not administrative. He clearly didn't, pardon me, clearly, willingly, did not pay his visa fees. I mean, he had plenty of opportunity all through the years, didn't he? I mean, there's no excuse for him. All these years going out to the bars, boozing it, smoking 3 packs a day of Mighty Whites. Well, that money could have been going toward his, and getting himself straightened out. That's why I say that anybody that donates to this guy is a complete fucking fool. Help somebody out who really needs it. Somebody who's really trying out there, some Filipino family or something or whatever. He doesn't deserve to get donations. And people are finally waking up about him, and he's not getting much donos. And I could understand why. Yeah, he's always claiming to be the victim. But he doesn't want to adhere to the rules and regulations and laws of the Philippines, and he expects to get something out of it and everything to work his way. And well, like he likes to say, well, it don't work that way. No, I'm not going to take the puppet out. I was tempted to do that, but yeah, you've seen what I just showed you on camera. That was from him. I didn't make that up. That was sent to me on my email today. In fact, yeah. You can't go through life scamming all the time. I love the way some people label me as a scammer. How the fuck am I a scammer? I mean, seriously, who have I scammed? I have not scammed anybody. Not on YouTube and not outside of YouTube. I have never done that. But I'm not going to try to convince my audience. You understand, you got to examine the source of this information. It's coming from trolls. So, yeah. Scam. No, you don't scam anybody in the Philippines. No, you don't do that. And I certainly wouldn't do that. Absolutely not. You got to keep a level head with certain situations, and you have to really understand that, and I don't care what your status is, if you got an SRRV or 13A or 9A, whatever your situation is, you're not living in your own country, and you got to keep that in your mind all the time. But, his viciousness does not stop. If you've seen what I showed you and what I read, he was accusing me of bribing the immigrant. I mean, how many times can he say that I'm bribing the immigration, or the immigration ain't cooperating with him, or they're corrupt? U.S. Embassy, he's yelling at them. He's crying about his living situations in there. I don't know, man. I just think he's living better than he's ever lived before in the Philippines. I mean, that's my opinion. Like I said, free rent and, you know, he has electricity plug-ins. He's there with a laptop and a couple of cell phones, an Xbox. I mean, who has it better than him? I've never heard of any foreigner having those frivolities in a detention or otherwise situation, unless you, what do you call them at the prison cells? You do a favor for the guards and you become a something to you get a position there, and they'll allow you certain frivolities. It's not being the case here, but you don't see that. Like I said, it's a matter of time that's all going to be taken away. And I know I've been saying this for a long time, but there's kind of something going on that allows him to keep that stuff. And Lord knows he's been told countless times that you can't be doing this. So there's some kind, I don't know, some kind of favor system going on somewhere. Yeah, he's a victim. Yeah, he's always a victim. Nobody, he's always a victim. Nobody else is. But anyway, I didn't plan to come on here forever. I got 41 viewers and 10 thumbs up. I guess you must be 42. Wow. Hasn't been that high for a while. But as I said, there's a difference between administrative and otherwise. Okay. If you're willingly not paying your fees, that comes down a little bit more heavy than that you are willing but under administrative crap. So there's a big difference with that. Stefan says he scammed the Philippines, but not okay. I read that already on there. 11 thumbs up, 38 watching, had 40 something in here, 42 or something. Yeah. I don't have a whole lot to talk about this morning, actually. I actually have some shit to do here. I can't let Gilda do all the work. She's been working outside and stuff and so forth. Well, I tell you what, if she had her own YouTube show, she'd be pretty popular. I'll tell you that. Apparently, the copycat channel got something from her Facebook of her just cooking. She's cooking for the school, actually. They supplied her with some stuff, and they do this now and then. She has to do the cooking, bring it over to the school. Isn't she lovely, to cook that up? And there was all kinds of really rude comments in there that she needs to be on a diet or, something, another SAG or this or that. Never a good word for anybody on there. I suggest that people that are making comments like that is go look in the mirror and take a look at yourself before you point your finger and say that she's gained weight or this or that or this or that. I think that's funny as shit, really, coming from whoever puts those comments on. She's doing fine. But she will completely revamp her Facebook page in the near future, actually. No matter what she puts on there. I always tell her, don't put anything public on your Facebook page. I was reminding her, but she always forgets. I said, okay, that's up to you. But I had to talk to her and said, just, create a new Facebook page somewhere, Just, keep yourself out of the limelight. Because you got really desperate people out there. Some of them are actually really infatuated with her. I mean, I've seen comments you wouldn't believe through the years. Lovely comments, in fact, not, comments of disgusting comments or whatnot, or hateful comments. I've seen my share. She even looks at those things. Like, say, hey, guy, check this out. Check this out, Yeah, she'll completely get rid of her Facebook page and just go to create another one. Because they're always wanting to find anything going on with me through her, or what's just going on with her and what she looks like. And I told her, you want to go public on Facebook, that's where they get their information from. So just don't do that. Yeah, wise idea, social media. Very wise idea. Yeah, I just confirmed that an old girlfriend of mine passed away, and she was 64, and I'm trying to find out how she died. Oh, that was Indian Carol, I used to call her. I confirmed it. Yeah, it makes me wonder what happened. It seems so many people are disappearing, family members passing away, old friends, and you're hearing stuff on YouTube. Oh, as far as Roberto, well, I don't know. Big E or something claims that he's just taken a year off of YouTube. So I don't know what the real story with that is. Either way, whatever. He should take 100% time off YouTube as far as I'm concerned. Alive, dead, I don't know. The best kept secret on here. Perhaps he did pass away. I don't know, but they didn't want to put that information out. Because I don't know, I find it very hard to believe that he would be off YouTube that long unless he just comes on as a troll, doesn't want to put anything on his channel. It's very hard for him not to make a comment somewhere. It's very hard for him not to put a show up about me and or my girlfriend. So it's, hard to say. Did he finally croak, or, is it just being kept a secret? I don't know. I don't really care. Truthfully, I don't care either way. So I like to have a big future on here anyway. Just enjoy the shows I do put on, because everything has a start and everything has a finish. I know you find it hard to believe. It has become a hobby of mine for many years, as a hobby of many expats that come into this country. But I think a lot of them, I think Joey's been off a long time because of all the bullshit. There's a number of people I think that don't post anymore. And I used to listen to Postcards from Cebu. He might still be on under a different name. His wife had died many years ago and he got remarried or something. I used to listen to him all the time, Postcards from Cebu. I never go to Rikei's channel. I have no idea what Rikei's doing. I barely go to Tim K's channel because I can't really stand looking at him. Really, some people do have a visceral effect. And it's not a bullshit story. I mean, some people, Fazio had a visceral effect for me. The Mantis I have a visceral effect with him. There are certain people I do. Popeye, as far as, even his voice, his demeanor, and his obvious desperation of his lonely situation that he's living in, and the same old shit that he posts every single time, whether it's a simulcast of mine or he does some kind of a skit, whatever. He still incorporates some of the same old video skits in there. He's getting lazy these days, I guess, as he gets older. Okay, well, there's not much dialogue with 41 people in here, but I got 14 thumbs up. Hello, hello. Yeah, pretty good. But there's really nothing to report. Not that I'm going to be reporting anything else. Unless something totally incredible has happened, I might mention something. But I'm not here to turn my YouTube channel into a courtroom. Although some people try to do that on their own, but it's more of the court of opinion on YouTube. And most of the opinions, you got to examine the source of the opinions of people on here. Which I don't value their opinions whatsoever because they're full of shit. It's hearsay or whatever. Something just to make a show. That's all it is. Anyway, I got some, I'll have to hit the exercise bike, I guess, and do a couple of isometrics or something. I'm trying to do that every day. A light breakfast. What did I eat? Oh, I had pizza last night, though. Yeah, I mean, try not to eat that too often, but every now and then we treat ourselves to pizza. Of course, I doctor it up a little bit on how they make it. Add my own ingredients in it. So what have we learned so far about Mr. B? Supposedly I don't have a bachelor's degree. I never accomplished anything in my life. I don't own anything. I'm broke. I don't have a real relationship. It's been rather interesting. The most hated YouTuber? No, Peter V was the most hated YouTuber in history here. But he's getting a little competition from somebody else, actually. Yeah, you write a book, make a book about it, and you got enough information about me to make a book. Why not write one or make your own TV movie? Send it to some director. As long as I get, royalties from it, knock yourself out. And also say something else. It's never been about the money in any legal case. And what's all these cases that I'm running around on Americans filing on all these Americans I'm filing cases on? No, Fazio filed a case on me. I didn't file it on him. Knocked that one out, but we got it quashed because it was all bullshit, no evidence. I didn't put a case against him. Had a lawyer, but I didn't have a case against him, so knocked that one out. There's this other guy that was going on in Bago. It's kind of a slow-moving thing. He's like out of the country, supposedly. Don't know where that's going. And that was never initially about money or anything either. No, never was. Then you got the goober. That's never about money either. It's never about money. He says it's all about money. I'm trying to make money from people and I'm suing people left and right. Who am I suing? Who am I suing? We're not doing those civil cases here. We're doing criminal cases. Who am I suing? Suing will imply that your whole intent is to make money from the venture. The bummer doesn't have that kind of money, first of all. And I know that from the start. So how could I be doing this case simply over monetary involvement? It don't make any sense at all. Other than his Social Security money, he doesn't have any money, except what he's saving in the bank, and he's telling everybody he don't have any money, so he can put a little bit in the bank. So when one day in the future, maybe the far future, he goes back to America and then gets rearrested, but he might have a few bucks to buy a used car or something, or a van that he could sleep in, I guess. Other than that, suing him, that's ridiculous. He said, you ain't going to get a peso off from me. I already know that. But I will tell you, though, that if the judge orders something, whatever it might be, you just get to stay incarcerated that much longer until you could actually pay, whether it's lawyers' fees, punitive damages, whatever it might be. My lawyer wrote that out. That was never my intent. Certainly from the beginning. As time went by, I said, fuck it. Do what you have to do, I told the lawyer. Let the judge decide. And yes, I know he doesn't have any money, but as I said, from the beginning, it's never been about money. And it really still isn't about money. But, I've been advised that, hey, you went through a lot of shit with this guy. You spent a lot of money on attorney fees. Why not put in for such or any punitive damages? Well, you're probably saying, well, that doesn't make any sense because he doesn't have any money. Well, he doesn't have any money. Not that kind of money. It just gives him more time in jail. That's all. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'll just read a few comments before I get out of here. I have no idea who that dude is. $45 watching and 16 to 17 thumbs up. I haven't had that for a while. Anyways, I say, there's really not... 50. We got 50 viewers on here. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Okay, if you want to pose a few questions to me, you can pose a few questions. I'm not going to be on here terribly long. I mean, honest questions, and don't talk anything stupid. Went from 50 to 38. I don't know. And that's kind of weird. But we had 50 viewers apparently on here. That's a good one for me in a long time. Nah, I'm not going to be on here by 2 more minutes. But anyway, there's nothing to report. There's nothing that I actually want to report publicly. And I'll still read your comments to the best and brightest. Does it make you feel special that you're a big part of Popeye's life? Oh, it certainly does. I'm always glad to help, help the lonely and destitute of the heart and soul. I make his day. Who says I'm not performing a service on YouTube? Who said that? I never said it was, oh, well, Got to serve some purpose. You're going to do a show on here, either teach somebody something they don't know, whether it's about health or life or philosophy or environment or, love and hate, whatever it might be. You got to keep people interested somehow. You can't just come on here and do a drama hate show, which predominantly kind of rules on just genre, Best and Brightest says that you live rent-free in so many people's minds. It's kind of funny when you think how obsessed so many of you are. Yeah, I find that fascinating. I've always found that fascinating. Too bad I can't, make a big fortune on this, really. I can't capitalize on my popularity. And don't make any effort to do so. I really get the thing about scamming. Where have I ever been scamming anybody? This is shit that was taken out of the air. I've never scammed anybody on here. I'm not like a goober who was trying to represent St. Jude's to make money for the poor children with cancer and problems. You remember that one? Then the one he was trying to raise money for the poor victims over down in Mindanao with the war, and I mean, I don't do shit like that. Or Peter Van Dever with his ministry shit, and I don't do anything like that. I never done anything like that. And if I ever had a fund on there, it was for real. It was trying to make a good effort to help somebody. But as far as Nicker was concerned, I put the information out there is what I did, and that was it. I didn't push it. I gave her my condolences for her mom's death and gave people for a couple of days. I left it on, and I gave people the information on my Gcash and everything else. And if anybody wanted to donate, they donate. I don't think she got any donations, though. I don't really talk to her anymore because I don't have any need to. I wish her well as far as that goes. She's got a rough ride ahead of her. And her health situation alone is not very good. But the basic opinion on here, consensus from all these trolls, was that, hey, I helped her out once before. No need to help her again. Well, I'd understand in the past when she was spending a crow that was going around that time. It was amazing. But there was a fund many years ago to help her living situation, this and that. And she went and took Popeye and everybody's money, Roberto and everybody, and she took her family to Bohol to her relatives and go on a vacation and all that. That I cannot forget. Yeah, she pulled some shit like that. She actually did. And then they also gave her money to go shopping, and there was this video that was put out, and there was this big shopping cart filled to the brim, to the top and above, and it was all potato chips and candy and sodas and nothing that was healthy at all. Well, I think at the time, without having a refrigerator, it had to be shelved items or something, but they all ate crow. They all ate crow where the money went. But, they say, well, we gave before. Well, yeah, you did. Some people did. And it's unfortunate that it wasn't used for its proper cause. Of course, Don C., of course, was trying to get a case against me through her, which he didn't succeed, and all that. That was kind of embarrassing for him, Mr. Crawford, but that didn't work. So Brevis tried his best more recently and went over there with the pretense of being friendly, but was really trying to get her to do some bad videos and stuff like that. Yeah, I'll be off in a second here. Okay, hold off. Yeah. Yes, I have heard him try to sing, yes. That you live rent free in me. Well, wait a minute.
Are you attending?
Your ride here?
Huh?
Is your ride here yet?
The right here.
You know, a ride like a tricycle, or
No,
are you going to
walk
walk to town? Are you
I
going to?
just walk.
You're going to walk all the way to town?
No, just corner.
Oh, okay, so, well, why don't you get one of the kids to drive you?
No.
Oh, God
It's
forbid.
good.
Huh?
Car, it's good.
Oh, they got it already to have.
Yeah.
Oh, he's using it. Okay. Anything we need downtown?
I don't know. You have something tonight?
Hold on. All right, sorry about that. I asked, what's this splat? Have you ever heard about? Yes, I did. I asked because prisons there have dancing inmates. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm quite familiar with that. The big splash they made how many years ago over in Bikiton, I guess. Bikiton, Bikiton, however you want to call it. God, I seen something on there under some prison, and they went through different countries, but Philippines was one of them. I had 40 people in a tiny little, I don't know what the hell it was, 20 square foot plate. Oh God, I couldn't. It was like a fucking sardine can, and they were sweating, and oh God, no, that ain't fair. I mean, for anyone, I don't care who they are. There is, yeah, I agree. There is human rights. There is human rights that should be respected. That's the only thing I'll ever agree on with him. There is human rights in living conditions. Yeah, but you're in a country that really doesn't want to spend money on its prison system, so they're going with what they got, and they're overcrowded, and suicides are common, killings are common. There are some places where actually there's one prison out there, I don't know what the name. They get along real well. I mean, you don't see fighting and you don't see all this shit going on. There's some places that are actually not as violent as other places. It's still a prison, but there's some that have the worst of the worst. Best and brightest. That link will take you to video Barry did 3 weeks ago. He calls you a pedo and shows all the contraband in his cell. Well, I didn't see that one. Okay, and I couldn't pick up the link for some reason. I don't know. I'm blocked or something. But if you could somehow resend it, if that was you that sent me it, I don't know. Send it some other way. I don't know. I'm probably blocked on his Facebook. Normally, I have no interest of going to his Facebook at all, believe it or not. But he could resend it somehow. I don't know. Oh, I know everything he's got in there. He's got ice makers, coffee maker, um, Xbox, laptops. I never heard of anything like this in my life. Except like in these movies with Al Capone, all these people and mob bosses that pay money to the guards and warden and stuff like that. And they got some really cushy living situation going on there. They're making spaghetti and pasta and, in a situation like that. But this is not the same situation. But something something not righteous is going on. That's all I'm going to say. Something righteous is not going down to town. Something righteous. Yeah. Because nobody should be allowed to have all that shit. I'd be happy if, in a situation like that, just having use of the cell phone, but do it for proper reasons, not to create more shows that's just going to put you in bigger jeopardy. It makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. It just really doesn't. Yeah. The video also shows where the stray cats piss and shit on the third floor. Wow. That's pretty intense shit, man. Well, he put himself in that situation. Supposed to feel sorry for him? I don't. I never will. And, I don't really want to get into court shit, but, whatever happens in court happens. Whether it's the degree that I'm expecting or it's not, I'll still always have the satisfaction of knowing that he spent 22 months of his life, almost 700 days or something, there, which is punishment, you would think, enough. But what happened was he continued to do the same shit, and I just didn't feel sorry for him at all. I think you could understand that. It's different if he really had true remorse for what he did, and that he didn't continue what he did. But you know what happened, so I think you could understand my position on this. His cell is the only spot that doesn't leak water when it rains. It's terrible living condition. Well, I agree. It's not good living conditions. I completely agree. I mean, the Philippines doesn't take care of infrastructure. So you think they're going to really take care of the prison system or the detainee centers? They're not spending money on that stuff, I don't know where the money's going. But if they're not spending it on that, there's just heavy duty. The law system out here is heavy duty on all kinds of crimes. It is what it is. I don't make the laws out here. I don't set the conditions of where somebody's incarcerated. Nor do I want to be in a position like that he's hoping for anyway. He's certainly hoping. He's praying. He became a praying man. The mantis became a praying mantis. Oh, he's praying all right. But I'll tell you one thing. He wouldn't want me as a neighbor in a situation like that. I can tell you that right now. If I had to make the best of a situation, I'd make the best of a situation. I'll tell you right up front. Believe me, I would. Unlike him, I'd be doing proper exercise every day. I'd keep my mind occupied. You don't need a cell phone to do that. Read a book. Oh, that's a strange thing. Read a book. That's a novel idea. Get it? Novel idea. Keep your blood flowing. Blockbuster show. Oh, hello, Miss Heminger. Make sure you don't tip off when you are arriving, because Brevis and Rick, you're going to gang up on anybody. Blockbuster show. Oh, the show you were on yesterday. Okay. Yeah, it was pretty good. Absolutely, Miss Summer, shine it up. One never knows. One never knows. $4. Who? I didn't do a show that lasted 4 hours. Whose show is 4 hours? $4? I don't think I've ever done a show for 4 hours. No. 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 The most I usually go is about average, not average, but 2 hours. Certainly there's no 4 hours. Well, maybe they did, but yeah. Highlights. Yeah. Well, they got to do what they got to do, right? Got to make them happy. Right, Robert? Well, I can tell you one thing. And whoever is behind the copycat show don't live in the Philippines, I can tell you that. Because I could see when I got up in the morning, and I normally get up fairly early. If I got up at 5, the last thing I seen said 23 minutes ago. So I think the average person probably sleeps a lot longer than I do, really. And if you go with that theory, then whoever is behind that is actually not living in the Philippines. My theory on that. Well, that is disappointing. I thought Frank streamed over 4 hours because of my arrival. No. No. I don't. Very rare I do anything like that historically. I've gone 3 hours once. I remember that. That's a long time ago. I've never done a 4 hour stretch. Not that I can recall. 47 watching, 20 thumbs up. Yowzer. Well, people ask me, how come you don't monetize? You got enough subscribers. Well, I'm not really I'm not really interested in monetizing. I'm too busy scamming according to them, so why do I have to monetize? And I'm doing all these court cases against people collecting all this money. Really? Do I have a double around somewhere, a doppelganger or something? Talk about all these court cases. What's all these court cases? Wasn't a court case against Fazio. We just went to the NBI, I believe it was. And he tried to do a case on me unsuccessfully. And we quashed his case, threw it right out the door. As far as that other guy, he's not even in the country. His lawyer still comes over there, though. I hardly even remember the dates. I got to find out what's the date. I think this month I might have one, too. Very minor. Not minor, but something I don't really think about too much. I don't know where the hell he's buried. How would I know that? Michael Sevilla. Copycat channel could be Peckerwood. Yeah, I have a suspicious feeling about that, Michael, actually. You're probably right on target with that. What is your thoughts of every man has a story keeling over from his testosterone injections? You say he was taking testosterone injections? That would do it. You got to be careful with that shit. It's really not suggested. And yes, as a man, you do. I'm going to sneeze in a second here. Let me get my sneeze on. Yeah, there is truth to that. as a man, you lose so much testosterone through the years, incredible amounts. And some people take to that, or they take something that you could call it although it's not testosterone shots, it's something that a testosterone type of booster type thing, a precursor of something, But I really don't suggest that. I have to say no on that. I really have to say no on that. I don't really think that's a wise idea. And a lot of people who do that, it could affect your heart. Yeah, I've read stuff on that. It is true. Okay, so let me see. He had Heminger says, okay, yes, he was talking testosterone replacement therapy. He had a bypass surgery years earlier. I don't believe it's a coincidence that he had a stroke. No, you're probably right. Miss Heminger says, Frank, how much does libido lower with age? Let's say 70 years old, 40. How much is it lower? The IT is the libido lower? I think I'm about average, whatever that might be. I don't know. It's different for everybody, but does libido really drop a lot with age, or is that a myth? Oh, it does. I mean, when you're younger, man, you want to put your appendage into every fucking hole you can find, whether it's a watermelon or a hole in a fucking wall. I mean, had a doctor tell me that once. It was funny, actually, the way he put it. Actually, your testosterone is like just pumping away. And they say that whether you're aware of it or not, when you're a teenager, you're thinking about sex about every 12 seconds. Every 12 seconds. Have you found anything that improves libido, like certain foods or exercise? Well, that's kind of getting personal. Improves libido. It's you and your partner. What people do is a little advice, I think, on something here, I guess. A lot of these guys, all they want to do is find a target, attack, and infiltrate. But most guys don't realize that they have to also please a woman, and to do that, there's something called foreplay. Ever hear that? Yeah. You work up to that moment. Because they don't really think, and I did shows on this in the past. I know I did. Most guys don't know how to please a woman. They have no fucking idea. They're just thinking about getting their rocks off, and they don't care how she feels. And that's the truth. The average guy doesn't give a shit. You ever see these movies where it's always a younger guy, of course, and an impromptu situation. God, I've seen this on how many movies? I wouldn't be able to count how many movies I've seen this in. Boom, they decide to have sex just out of the blue. Boom, boom, boom. He pins her against the wall. He's already hard. He's already in her in a matter of seconds. Well, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. You have to work up to it a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That's all bullshit. Take L-citrulline, get your nitric oxide going. You could take L-citrulline or eat a lot of watermelon, but you'd have to eat a whole lot of watermelon. Take L-citrulline, it's amino acid. That would help. You don't need to buy a bowl of fucking Viagra like Ricky does, He displays his bowl of Viagra. And by the way, that shit, I'm very skeptical about that shit too, to be honest with you. Some people don't know that they have heart conditions. And when you take, you're going to take Viagra, well, that could be a problem. Because there's a lot of people that think they're healthy, but they actually do have a heart condition. Certainly, if you're taking nitrates, you don't want to take that if your heart. But I think you really need to have a doctor's check up your heart and everything else before you're going to try and take anything like the blue pill or any equivalents. So what is it called? Sildenafil is the chemical. Yeah. A lot of people don't know they have a heart condition. They take that shit like M&Ms. They pop them like M&Ms, and then all hell breaks loose. Hammer just said foreplay. It's only about me. Red Pepper says, keep the hubby on ginseng. He was always ready. He passed at 96 last year. I've got ginseng with pansang in it. I haven't taken that. I just do normal things. I just, I'll take L-citrulline and different things like that. Just, natural supplements and so forth. We're not here to discuss my sex life anyway, but I'm not having any problems despite what the trolls say. She's a happy camper, let's put it that way. That's about all I can indulge you with on that. She keeps Pappy happy and vice versa. That's all I can say on that. I'm not going to announce it if I was taking blue pills or something. Have I ever tried it? Yes, I actually have. That's why I don't take it, because I didn't like it. I want to see what the difference was, if there was a difference at all. And it was no different than my normal libido. But it's not having to do really your libido. People get this really mixed up. Well, it does increases nitric oxide in your bloodstream, and it acts as a vacillator to your arteries and veins and whatnot. It allows more blood flow by relaxing your smooth muscles. Boy, do I know about this. I told you I read up on shit all the time, which allows more blood flow. That's it. I found it really amazing that Philippines Information, what's his name? Philly in the Philippines had once said on his show that he uses a pump. God, why would you say that to your audience? Yeah, he uses a pump. A pump, I guess whatever works, right? Um, wow, that's pretty radical. That's pretty radical. Why would you tell anybody that? I don't understand that. Why would you tell anybody that? 42 strong, 21 thumbs up. Man, guess we'll hold on for another 5 minutes here. I got to shower yet and so forth. I do shower. I actually do shower. Red Pepper. Kept hubby on, oh, ginseng. Okay, I read that already. I don't know. I never really took ginseng on any regularity. I have a bottle of it. I kind of inherited a bunch of vitamins from a foreigner guy I got to know. His wife gave me a bunch of expensive vitamins. Oh gosh. I got to keep pumping down the glucosamine with MSM. I got to start doing that more regularly. That's good for the bone joints. I got to do that. Got it right here. This expensive bottle. This is some quality stuff too. I don't take as many vitamins as you think I do. I take certain select vitamins, and it doesn't mean every single day, but there's a certain group of vitamins. And if I were to recommend, well, I'm trying to charge the phone as I speak, there would be about 3 or 4 vitamins that I would suggest to take daily. Yeah, and I do. Life ain't how many years you live, it's what you do with your life. It all comes down to a lot of things. Are you happy with your partner, wife, whatever? You happy with your environment? You're happy with your current family situation in the Philippines? How do you feel every day? Do you walk around in pain all day? Are you like terribly depressed? Are you suicidal? Are you just not functioning in any way? That's a hard life if that's what you're going through. And you got to find any ways and means to correct that, or else whatever years you do got left, which nobody knows, of course, but it's just going to be miserable, you know. Why be miserable if you don't have to be miserable? I'm not complaining, you know. I don't live a very exciting life, but I've made up for it in a lot of ways in my past. Believe me, I have. Ah, I was watching, so many parts to this. There's a guy, him and his wife, they work with a genealogist who does it for free, helps them out. And he's looking up to find through DNA matches who the father is to certain Filipino children that are now either real young or they're adult, at least adult age. It's pretty amazing. Some of them met their parents for the first time. And there's this one guy who, God, he just got around. He just got around. I think he's living in Thailand and Phuket now, but and it keeps on continuing. They were going to help this one 20-something-year-old Filipino guy and discovers that he had a half sister living in America. Then discovered he had another brother, and then another brother, and then another brother. And it continues. So this guy was your typical expat or sexpat who goes around having a lot of sex with a lot of Filipinos. That's what I could tell you. And it's not ending yet because they're finding more they're finding more siblings. Did you ever wonder whether you have any children out there that you don't know about? And I used to wonder about this too. Yeah. Oh, Heminger, we're never going to meet, you know that? Or maybe we are. One never knows, does one? So I was never a one for rubbers. I mean, that was not being very responsible. It took away a lot of sensitivity. I was never one for that. I have a suspicion, though. I don't know. Maybe the doctor's daughter. If I'm not mistaken, she might have a kid named Frankie or Frank or something. God, I heard something years ago. I don't know. Because the last time I seen her, and this was in California, we were in a hotel. Here, wear a rubber. And I did, but then it was falling off, unrolling. I just took it and said, fuck it, and threw it in the ground. And I just finished off. It's quite possible. I don't know. You know, sometimes you'll meet somebody, they don't want any complications. See, I wasn't on her financial level with her family. They were, you know, fair-to-do people. And to have a kid with me, and at that time, I was going nowhere, man. I mean, living in Seattle at the time, and I wasn't well established. You know, I didn't even work for the parks at that time, and well, most of that time it was before that, until I did later on. But we had broken up, but the last time we actually saw each other was when I made a road trip or whatever over to Concord. Actually, one of the adjoining towns in Concord, which is a bedroom community of San Francisco. And she was living with this guy named Jeff, and it wasn't really a love affair. It's just that she got off the wagon in Seattle, and she felt that she had all her coins for her meetings, you know, and 30 days, 60 days, this is da 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 da. And she went off the wagon, and she felt, how could I say, she disappointed a lot of people. So this guy, Jeff, that she knew, he was relocating his work or whatever it was to Concord area in near San Francisco area. And she had an opportunity to just restart her life and get out of town. Despite our relationship, which actually was breaking down at one point, but then resurfaced a little bit. But then she had to make a decision because she disappointed her father. She doesn't want to ever do that, ever. Her mother, her sisters, people at the AA meeting, because she was kind of a secret alcoholic, which I didn't know for the best part of the relationship. She was also had bulimia, so she was struggling with some crap, you know. So she took off, so an opportunity, I didn't even know what happened. Her father helped her out, got a U-Haul, packed some of her belongings, and he drove her over to Concord, California. Because the night before she left, she came over and I was ill. I'll never forget this. I was ill. I had the flu. I was in bed. I could barely get out of bed, and she comes over. She comes over. Brought some kind of a chicken soup from a store or something, or homemade, or takes off her clothes and hops in bed with me like I was going to do anything. I was too sick to move. Then when she left, she just threw me a kiss goodbye, and I said, something's wrong with that. This was all pre-planned. I tried to call her. Her phone was disconnected. I even went over there. Someone said she moved. I said, what the fuck? Seriously. She felt she disappointed a lot of people, especially her family. She couldn't face herself or anybody else. Living with her own guilt. Had nothing to do with me. We were pretty tight, but she had to make a decision. And the decision was, I have to get well, was her exact words, before she'd go continue a relationship. But she stayed in California, and I was not going to move out there. She tried to get me to come out there. Said, and live on what? Remember, she come from a well-to-do family. And you know she's going to wind up with somebody, which she did. Which she did later on. I think she has a couple of kids, I think. The guy has money. He runs a number of men's health centers for alcoholics. Boy, is that irony or what? Or I know they've had houses. She had a position in a big company. Oh, inherited money from her parents. Father was a doctor, mother was a nurse. She did very well. Did very well. Like somebody we know that whose girlfriend, her name is on a bunch of property or is on the land. What a catch that will be. If something happens to the parents or something, that could be all mine, all mine. Come on, Frank. You know I have the grapevine. Can't fool me on intel. What are you asking, Miss Heminger? I guess I'm not reading the comments here. Okay, let me go down the line here. How did we get into a live stream where Frank is talking about raw dogging it? I have to admit, through my years, I should have been a lot more responsible. Well, I wasn't. I really wasn't. I wasn't. A lot of guys don't like to use that shit. Although this one doctor's girl, she used to use one of those IUDs. Not an IED, IUD, so it's going to explode. Yeah, she used to do it. She said, well, put it in. I don't want to put it in. You put it in. She even wanted me to put it in. Oh, she was busty. Oh my God, she was a tall gal, legs up to here, man. Pear-shaped ass, lips like Angela Jolie, green eyes, blonde permed hair. Yeah, she was a looker. She was a looker, but she was really thin. Yeah, she was a looker. Hindsight is always 2020. Yeah. Oh God, what are you doing on here, man? I have to say goodbye to you, shill. No offense. None whatsoever, Jay. But yeah, I've had my fun. I have no regrets. I know I sound like I'm going to die or something. No, we're all going to die, but I don't have any. I don't have many regrets in my life. I think my biggest regret probably is coming on YouTube. That should be my biggest regret. But I don't regret the woman I'm with, and I don't regret the life I have with her. And let's just say I think I'm just extraordinarily lucky or something. I don't know how you want to look at it. I'm not complaining. But when somebody comes along and wants to try to disrupt your life with them, well, then you're going to be dealing with a madman. Yeah, try somebody trying to separate you from your mate that you love very much, your home and everything else. See what that's like and see what your reaction would be. Just think about it. You going to sit there and stand there and do nothing about it? I don't think so. I really don't. More to come, that's all I can tell you. There's more to come, not to be discussed on here. Let's see. Abraham Lincoln is right. If you fail, you should want to do the wrongs of the past and succeed. Good one. Abraham Lincoln said, failure is fine as long as you're not happy with it. Okay, analyze that. Well, everything is pretty copacetic. You gotta understand something about me. I'm adaptable. Not adoptable, but I'm adaptable to any situation. I really am. I actually am. If something bad happens to me, I deal with it. What else are you gonna do? I deal with it. And that's what you gotta do. You gotta deal with it. Not complain about it necessarily, but deal with it. We've all had situations in our life where something did not go our way. You could bitch and whine about it, or you could do something about it. Heminger says, Abraham Lincoln also said that no one has a good enough memory to be a good liar. Okay, good one. And I'm still strong with 38 people and 24 thumbs up. Boy, there must be nobody doing shows if you're all here. Ricky ain't, because he's in process of either coming back to Cebu or something. I don't know. And no, there's nothing underhanded going on with me and Ricky. There's nothing underhanded at all. You can't trust Ricky, you know that. As I found out at TJIF that night, and that totally told me everything I really needed to know. Mrs. Hemmer says, oh, Ricky is so yesterday, old news. Well, I have to agree with you on that much. Ricky is totally irrelevant. He's just screaming for relevancy. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right on that. I have to agree with you. Some people just want to be relevant, like Brevis. He just wants to be relevant in some way, but he has not been relevant in any positive way. He's a creep. He's a creep. You know that thing about the eyes? Look at my eyes. There's nobody's home. The Mantis famous statement. Oh, man, it was the same thing with Brevis, man. You look in his eyes, there's nobody's home. Have you ever seen his videos at the bars? When he decides every now and then, he always does that. He puts his camera down on his little tripod thing, whatever, stand. And he comes there and looks into the camera, and he's got these empty eyes, man. Black, empty eyes. Pretty scary shit, man. Autistic? I don't know if he's autistic. He's a lot of things. I don't know about autism. No, it's just my opinion, of course, but there is seriously something wrong with that guy. He really does stalk people. He really does. This is not just a statement, let me knock down Brevis or something, but he's an actual stalker. He's a bona fide fucking stalker. There's no question about it. There is no question about it. Look at the people that he decided to visit, and you put your, you calculate, what you think about that. You define his actions. Yeah, I never thought something was right with him. For the first time I met him, I immediately, me and Gilda, we both came to that conclusion right away. Right away. It didn't take much thinking at all. And he's supposed to be Barry's advocate, but do you remember that recording I had? I wish I still had it with me, or I don't know where it is, where my phone just kind of accidentally was on recording when I laid it on my on my living room table. And he was going on about Barry and how mental he thought Barry was, and he was not an advocate for Barry then. I could tell you that. He's supposed to be Barry's biggest advocate right now. I told you, man. These guys have muscular legs. They know how to jump over a fence. They're athletic in their own way. Frank, you're looking pretty normal, Miss Heminger says, compared to the expat clan. Yeah, his obsession is with YouTube personas. Oh, absolutely. There's no question about that. He's obsessed. He's obsessed with me. The first thing he said, and no, I did not wait 20, 30 minutes before I came out the first time that I was actually home when he came over here. I was in the CR. They told me somebody was out there, and I came out, and the first thing I said was, "Who the fuck are you?" That's what I said. I remember the words exactly. "Oh, I'm your biggest fan." And I'm like, "Oh, shit." Don't forget, he tried to come over numerous times because he went to Bentine Island. His goal was to meet I was his biggest, he was, he was my biggest fan is what he said. And I said, holy shit. Holy shit. And I knew from that moment that he wanted to take us out to dinner, but said, no, I don't want the kids to come. And this is the Bitcoin millionaire, okay? If I went to dinner with him, I was not going to take the kids, first of all. Secondly, that's when he started turning on me because he wanted to take me and Gilda out to dinner. And I told him no. I told him I don't want to associate with him. I was just straight out. That's why he's been upset with me. That's why he's been against me. And he's been so-called pro-Barry. So if you don't know the reason, you're learning it now. You remember when Brevis had a poster of Crazy Eye's wife? Did he? I don't remember. Oh, God, now you're really cementing my thoughts about him. Heminger says Bitcoin is just hitting a 3-month low. So I guess Jay's in big trouble too, huh? Mrs. Heminger says you can bet Brevis is. Of course he is. Are you kidding me? Of course he is. Popeye, everybody. Come on, we had over 45 people here, 36 still. You know who's listening. You know Barry is. And he says, yeah, he had a photo of Crazy Eye's wife. It would zoom on the photo of her on his streams. Really? The best of the brightest says Brevis will be okay. His Bitcoin holdings were always a lie. Yeah, I'm probably pretty sure of that. Heminger says, yeah, LOL, Brevis probably never invested. Well, maybe he should be on some psychotropic medicines. What do you think? Or maybe he is. What do we know? The point is that you don't know much about these people. You learn when you listen and they slip a little bit, but like when Nico slipped and said that Popeye needed a mobility scooter, he slipped completely. And Barry, God, how many times has he slipped about his marriage situation? If you want to talk more recent, he's supposed to get married. It was impossible for him to get married to begin with. But he keeps on slipping and referring her to as his girlfriend. Well, believe me, if I got married to a woman, I wouldn't say girlfriend anymore. I would say my wife, my Asawa. I would not say it was my girlfriend, but he slips up all the time and expects you to believe. And then he comes on there, he refers to her now. Oh, my wife, my wife. Now he's correcting himself. You said this to my wife. He said, I never said anything to your wife. Nevertheless, your girlfriend. Really. Popeye is just sad. His only friendships is with Aloe and Nico. The best and brightest is Brevis is desperately searching for a father figure. Yeah, you never know. Maybe I'm his lost dad, you know. Maybe he relates with me in some sick way. I don't know. I don't know what the hell. As I told you, we have so many personalities on YouTube. Scary personalities, let me tell you. And Frank Peckerwood, yeah, he could be the one that's actually behind the copycat channel. I'm believing that that's possibly true because Peckerwood does not like me at all. And he's always behind something devious. He's always doing something behind the scenes. It would make a lot of sense to me, but maybe he gets up early in the morning, earlier than I do, because I thought that maybe the person was living out of the Philippines. Because I'll notice something that's posted on there when I haven't been really looking at that channel much, but I did the past few days, and I'm up say at 5. Whoever put it on, they said it was 23 minutes ago, half an hour ago, 60 minutes ago. They're up really early, which tells me they're in a different time zone, perhaps, or they just can't sleep. I don't know. Yeah, Brevis yearns for Frank's attention. Miss Hemswell said Brevis is scorned. The best and the brightest is Brevis is Russ Bundo. He's been, yeah, that's what they said, that he was Russ Bundo. Yeah. Well, they was thought maybe you were Miss Heminger. You've been named to be several different people. Several. We still got 37 strong in here. 24 thumbs up. Mm. I haven't commented on your stream in a long time. No, you haven't, Miss Heminger. Must be busy. Are you retired or retarded? Or both? Are you retired? I know you're a man, but despite having the title Mrs. Heminger, I think did you explain the story about that name one time? Maybe you did, if I recall. Miss Heminger says, I just get bored. Yeah, me too. Look, I don't live for the drama on here. I address it. I address it, but I'm not absorbed in the drama as some people are that actually live for it. You see, you need a break, but then eventually I need a fill. Yeah. The best and brightest says R&R means something different in this community. Miss Heminger says it comes and goes. I take a break from, but then sometimes I need a fill. Yeah, yeah. I think you don't take so much on here, you know. Contrary to popular belief, most of the stuff I listen to on my phone here is not anything to do with the regulars here on the YouTube channel. I found some interesting channels, especially that one couple that were doing like really nice things for the kids, you know, with getting, you know, school supplies, and now they've gotten kind of a license or permit to become a charitable organization to do it properly. And I forgot the name of the show. I have it on my, you know, subscriber list somewhere, but they're doing a really damn good job. They've taken 3 mile treks, 4 mile treks up the mountainside in the sweat, you know, the humidity and the heat to deliver supplies with some people and remote villages and so forth. And these are good people that do good things. You know, okay, I'll tell you what really gets me. Let's see, if you want to talk about Bummer and Ricky and Brevis and you enjoy it, then go for it. No, I don't enjoy really talking about them. Life to your heart is content. If you love to do that, then who is someone to tell you you can't? I could do whatever I want. It's not my preference, though. What's the best advice, Heminger? Anyway, when I'm getting labeled by somebody as an undesirable, what are all these terrible things I'm doing? Some people say you never leave the house. Well, if that's the case, how am I doing all these horrible things? The scourge of the Philippines. As I said, I've been labeled everything you could possibly be labeled. And I've never personally met anybody in my life that would, have all these labels bestowed upon him and be true. And some of the people that try to take the goodly side, like John Blaze, Larry Evans, who's trying to, I don't know, exemplify his so called wonderful lifestyle with his new wife and so forth. And the guy's bored out of his mind. He said it. He said he ain't working no more or some shit like that. He don't know what the hell to do with himself. His wife runs the show basically now. She became Americanized, and there he goes. That's a downhill situation right there. Tell you what, I'm a pretty good prophet. Well, I like the live stream, but I think the atmosphere is just a wee bit too volatile to continue on a regular basis at all, any basis really. It really is. It's too volatile for anybody out here, not just me. It's just too volatile. There are some channels that have managed to avoid the trolls. They're the lucky ones, but that is not the usual case. That always catches up. Sooner or later, it does. I'm not going to lie to you. I enjoyed doing YouTube to a degree. But, before I wind up hurting somebody in some way, I think it's really start to continue all those different considerations. Sorry, I'm multi-stream. No, I'm not pissing or nothing. I think it comes to a time, and you'll know when it is. I've been holding out for a reason, to be honest with you. That's why you still hear me on. I've been holding out for a reason. I could totally eradicate my whole Google account. I wouldn't be able to see any shows unless I have to punch it in manually, go to the Google search engine, and see something that way. That's an option, but I've been I just been kind of holding off for the right moment. And we're getting pretty damn close to it right now. The right moment. The right moment. And what's the right moment? We'll see. I've been planning on this for a long time. Did I piss people off? When I say I'm getting off and I don't get off on YouTube, it's just that I've been procrastinating, and I have my own reasons, okay? I've been procrastinating with this whole process. I always told you when I reach a certain goal of something that I'll be off here, and we're getting pretty close to that. Very close. No, not really, Miss Hebinger. I loved it for a while in the beginning. But like I said, it became too volatile. There's too many crazies out there. There's too many people with some incredible psychological conditions that I don't want to deal with. Like a box of chocolates, you open it up, unless it's specified. You don't know what the hell the filling is on there. You don't know what you're getting. There's a lot of different crazy personalities out there, and you know all their names. And I'm going to tell you all, never trust anybody on YouTube. I don't care whether you think you have a good online relationship with somebody on here. They could even be your confidant. Don't trust anybody. And I mean anybody, because they will behind the scenes go after you. They will. Heminger says, what's happening, Frank, is you're winning too much, so all this winning is making you love it. As Heminger said, do you sort of feel bad about Roberto dying? Does a piece of you sort of miss the feuds? Well, first of all, let me address that. It was Mick Fisher or somebody that said on the show recently to know he's not dead. He's just taking a year off YouTube. At least that's what he said. It could be the best kept secret. I don't know. It was entertaining when you and Roberto would go at it. Does a piece of you sort of miss the feuds you guys used to have? No, I don't miss that at all. It was too easy with me and Roberto because as I said, he didn't know how to talk unless he had guests on his show. He couldn't carry a sentence. That's why I used to make fun of him with duh, 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 because that's exactly what he was. Duh, duh, duh. I mean, that was just reality. I still think Roberto is gone. Mick Fisher, well, he's good friends with Big E, good Popeye, Don C. I met Mick Fisher, and I sort of thought he was a good guy. But then I got suspicious. I was talking to him on Messenger. I talked about this before. I got nothing against the guy. It's just that, you know, he became very anti-Frank, okay? And by his comments I've seen, it's very much so. As I said, you can't trust anybody. That's why I stopped messaging him. Because he was supporting Barry. At the same time, one side of his mouth, he was saying that Barry deserves to get whatever he can get, and the other side of his mouth, that I'm supposed to be kind to Barry. And he was, you know, he's kind of a religious guy. You know, I guess he reads the Bible and everything. Do unto others or something, whatever, I don't know. I see the religious connection with him. So on one hand, he's saying, well, yeah, Barry deserves whatever he's going to get. On the other hand, that maybe I've gone too far with Barry or something, you know. So that created some tension between us. Well, I heard something that she died. I don't know how true that is. I could believe what you're saying because... no, I can't confirm that. I've heard this, but what you don't understand about her is that, and this is from my conversations with her personally, see, her son was into heavy-duty pills, Vicodin and all that shit. I think her son died or something, but she was kind of a nervous Nelly, and boy, she was. It's my understanding from talking to her that she had, what she had was a very debilitating back situation. It got to the point that she had to be in a wheelchair for a while, and I don't know if she ever got out of it. But yes, she was taking some heavy-duty pain pills. And I think she possibly, if she is gone, she went out like her son did. I don't know if his son recuperated from his pill taking or anything. I don't think he did. But it's like anybody else. You start taking those pain pills and you become dependent on it. And I think that might have been what happened with her. We're not knocking her. I'm just telling you from my conversations with her and how her back was so goddamn bad and excruciating pain. She had some condition. I don't know, it was a spine or something like that. I don't remember exactly. It's been a long time. But she was definitely heavy duty on the Vicodin or whatever she could get. So yeah, it's quite possible. I don't know that as a fact. It's quite possible that she might have passed on. I mean, Nika might know something on that. I never asked her. I don't really talk to Nika anymore, but I could always write her if she wants to answer that. But yeah, it is a good possibility that Holly's actually gone. Why is it that all these people that are against me are dropping dead? Do you notice a pattern here? All the most vicious people are croaking. It never sounded realistic. That's how I knew the Nika story was both. Yeah, of course it was. Ed Lippett, all these people that were every adverse to me are all dropping like flies, man. What's with that? The prophecy continues. The prophecy continues. I know who's probably next, but I won't want to get into that again. It's a very good possibility. You know, your adversaries disappear after a while. You don't have to do anything. No court hearings, no court trials, nothing like that. Mother Nature says hello in a big way because of their lifestyle, and they're gone. Henceforth, no more problems. Peckerwood is looking really fragile these days. I haven't seen what he looked like. I don't go. Does he have a? Does wife still have a channel? His girlfriend, whatever she is these days. Well, he always looked pretty fragile. I'm on 2% power, so I got to get off. The way to live forever, be a frank supporter. Yeah. Okay, guys, it's been a pleasure. We had a pretty good audience this morning. Thank you very much for showing up. I appreciate the dialogue. And the only thing I can tell you is trust nobody on YouTube. Don't ever trust anybody. If you move to the Philippines, don't hang with foreigners. The worst thing you could do. Keep your Facebook pages private, only to friends and people like that and family. If you're going to get on YouTube, don't talk about your private life too often and limit what you talk about. And that's the best advice I could give anybody. The rest of anything that happens, we have to deal with. Remember, if something happens that you're not liking, you deal with it. And you deal with it in every way you can until you can resolve it. If something happening to you or you're doing something to somebody else, finish it off, deal with it, take care of the problem, adapt to any new situations that may come up. You got to be strong, but you got to fight. You got to fight hard. Never give up the battle until you win the war. With that being said, oh, and it's good to be home. It is good to be home. Did a little excursion today. Had to take care of something, and I did manage to do. Well, we had a flight out this morning. It's only 2 days a week. We're able to actually fly anywhere. Oh, I'm still unpacking some stuff. I didn't buy a whole lot. No. Didn't buy a whole lot. Some frozen items. And there was some canned goods. I'm just putting some frozen items away at the moment. My S&R card expired, so we had to buy another S&R card. Oh well, it's not that expensive. Ginger, come on. Hey, quiet. Quiet. Hey, hey, go. Go, 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 go. Oh, yeah, I better finish doing this in a minute here. So you got everything in the cupboard?
Yes.
Okay. I'm taking the rest of the frozen stuff. I'm gonna put it in the freezer. I'll put it in the chest now that we got some stuff. Okay, yeah. Got my broccoli. Got my broccoli. Got my broccoli. Okay, I gotta finish up here. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah. Let me get the rest of this shit. Oh, I love my chicken katsu. Got my, she likes the adami beans. I've had that in Hawaii. I got some spinach, more chicken katsu, the rest of the stuff. More broccoli. You gotta buy the frozen broccoli. You can't get it over here. Now it's getting full. Oh, yeah. Just deal with me. I multitask all the time. No, we didn't buy a lot of frozen shit. Just we could fit in this goddamn thing. Forgot to bring the goddamn cooler chest. And we got 3 of them here. Didn't want to buy yet another one, but that's all right. I got some basic frozen stuff. Oh. Just go, come back. Go and come back. Go and come back. Prettium. Got my girl hooked on macadamia nut cookie. Oh, please. Don't even mention that. Macadamia nut cookies. There's a place right in my town here. It's at the highest point of this island. And they make these homemade macadamia nut cookies to die for. We gotta go up there and get some time. I mean, if you could find something interesting, you buy it. You buy it. I always have frozen broccoli here. If we could grow it, I would, but we're not the right elevation and all that shit. If I was living in Baguio or something like that. Yeah, we had to make a real, we got the first flight out, took care of some things we needed to do, and quickly went to see her mother, who had just turned 89, and quickly went to SNR, took care of that, didn't even need a hotel room. Went there, took care of a couple of things, we came back, but we didn't come back on a plane though, we came back our normal thing with a Grab driver and blah, 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 and then the ferry. So, God, I'm exhausted because I didn't stop. I even managed to do another stopover to see somebody about my ear. I like to have my ears checked every now and then. So I went to an ENT office that I've gone to in the past. My ears get kind of stuffed, my sinuses, Could do that all in one fucking day. It had to be a day trip because, no, we only had somebody to stay at the house for a certain period of time here. So, one of those situations. Well, I got the dogs and the kids are in and out to go to school. And one's here when the other isn't, but I had to have somebody look over them. I'm exhausted. I slept pretty good last night, though. I got up early, as usual, but I had to get up early anyway. Unfortunately, although I'm very happy that we have flights here, it's only a couple of times a week. And then the schedule never meshes, getting back at a certain time because they only have so many flights that go back to here. Well, I would have liked to have got a shitload of stuff. We got box food, some stuff for the dog, some dermatology tested, it's been a problem. The detergent we've been using around here, it's just irritating my skin. So I got this kind of a free and clear type hypoallergenic detergent that I like to come across when I see it. It's expensive, but oh, the German Shepherds must be coming by. I hear it now. Every time. Okay, man. And we just made the ferry, just right on freaking time. Otherwise, we'd have to wait probably a couple of hours. But we just in time, and enough to get my ticket and get on the damn thing. Normally, if I go to SNR, I want to buy a shitload of stuff. We didn't even bring the cooler. And we were going to buy this big ass cooler. I said, we got 3 of them here at the house. But that didn't work real well. Well, I didn't bring anything, for one. I didn't want to go buy another one. How many do I need? So I just got a few incidentals as far as frozen stuff. I didn't see anything. It's a good thing because I didn't see shit there. You know, it's one of these situations where when you go to a place like SNR, if something is available that you want, buy it while it's there. Because you don't know when you're going to see it there again. It's one of those situations with SNR. Buy it if it's there. Buy it. Forget the price. Buy it. You may not see it again for a long time. You got to understand, you got a lot of foreigners shopping in SNR. It's not just the local people. And there's a lot of westernized food. I saw their ribeye steaks there that look like shit. I can't find one good thick piece of steak. Well, today I didn't, but not that they don't ever have any. You just got to look around. Oh, I'm on a pretty bad time. What time is it? 4:30 or something? I should have been on later. Well, either way, here I am. I guess I'll talk to myself. Oh, man. There was a near motorcycle accident, too. And I really thought it was going to be disastrous. This guy cut right in front of a Cirrus bus. A split second. It seemed like the bus was accelerating just when this motorcyclist was going right in front of it. And he gunned it. The motorcycle driver just gunned it. Otherwise, he would have been under that bus. I'm thinking, oh shit, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. The worst days to ever be around there is Fridays. If I'd stayed later, the traffic would have been horrendous. Because you get a grab cab coming home, if you're going to get it toward the end of the day, it's going to be like, well, midday actually. It's going to be horrendous. Unless you stay overnight, you could get something early in the morning. There's no traffic. I mean, it's perfect. Going on a grab cab over to Hagnaya Port. So that's gravy. I just lay back in the car, so I shut my eyes. So I don't go to sleep, but I shut my eyes. You don't even look out the window so much, and I do check out the scenery, but then we make a stop in Carmen, which is our pit stop. Well, we stop on the way. The one thing good about, at least the guys I use with grab cab, is that you want to stop, take a piss in the woods, or take a piss at a provided spot, or you want to stretch your back, have a smoke, whatever you want to do. If you want to eat some shit food like McDonald's or something, just for the road or something, which I avoid, most of the time. You can say, okay, stop here a minute. You're going to buy him something, though. That's the way it works out here. You can take care of your driver. If it's breakfast or lunch, whatever it is, you always take care of the driver. That's pretty traditional. If you don't do that, you're a fucking piece of shit. But that is pretty traditional out here. They're not, there's a set price. They're not charging you any extra for stopping places. So you kind of take care of them. Give them a little something that you're buying. If it's fast food or something, you share it with them. And that's how it normally works. Anyway, I still got more to do here. I gotta take a much needed shower. That's for damn sure. Come back, it's cloudy here too. Yeah, cloudy. It was rain early in the morning here. But I understand it's been cloudy here all day. White skies for the best part of the day. Then it cleared up a bit with a lot of sunlight. Okay. really no dialogue going on here. So I will get off. Catch you down the line. Oh, I seen that the Mantis had a show on. He was bitching and whining again. I put my groceries in the cupboard. Listening to him. I said, oh God, here we go again. He's upset over something again. He's always upset over something. The boy's gonna have a nervous breakdown. If he hasn't already. Anyway, let me get out of here, man. Well, maybe I'll talk to you later or something. Okay. Onward, Christian soldiers. Hello, all you lovely people. I am just waiting to have a dinner. I thought I'd come on for a few minutes. I just did a show. I didn't tell you everything, though. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Guess what? Came back and have to make another trip on Monday. Can you believe this shit? God damn. Why didn't just fucking... Well, I didn't know how long I'd need to be there. Let me give Bummer Boy a little bit of information here. No, I'm not going to be arrested. And yes, if the resolution came through and it said that they want to put together a deportation situation, Bummer's full of shit. Because yes, there is a court of appeals. It doesn't even require going to court. And there's another level too. If I'm an overstayer, which I'm not going to be, the exit's a whole nother thing, whole nother animal. No, I'm not going to be fucking arrested. No, I'm not. Boy, I just spent the best of time from the last time I just did a short show not too long ago, talking to somebody at the office. I was getting ready to go home. Quite a few texts. I don't have them on Messenger, so I can't, well, we communicate. Let's put it that way. Oh, Barry's so fucking full of shit. Oh, let him call immigration left and right. Arrest him! Citizens arrest! Citizens arrest! Oh, come on, Barney Fife. Give it a rest, man. Let me tell you the big difference in all this. Do you know why there's certain leniency? And I said this before. Okay. I said this before. There's a big difference between me and Barry's situation. Okay, girls, that's it. Come on. You did your job. Come on. Inside. Go. There you go. There you go. There's a huge difference. The difference is this. I don't have an unwillingness to as far as like fines and exit, not fines, visa and exit, I don't have an unwillingness. That's the big difference. They're not going to arrest me. Bummer. I hate to tell you that. I know you want them to show up my door with, long arms, weaponry, and with an orange jumpsuit waiting for me. That's not going to happen. Hate to disappoint you. You see, this actually is, again, we're going to use that word, administrative. In other words, because there is a report, well, what is that called again? Well, hold order, whatever. Normally you can't leave the country, but it's not by your choice. And as far as the visa is concerned, it's the same thing. It was administrative. I hate to tell you, Bummer, but I renewed my visa. My lawyer accompanied me, and he's the one that actually had to go to the window and do all this and speak in his own language. Explain to him that there's a pending resolution. Done deal. Done deal. But I have to go back on Monday for a couple of reasons we will not discuss on here. Just gotta go back. Yes, dear. It's gotta go back on Monday. If I knew that and I just found out, I would have just, stayed. This way I could maybe do more shopping or something. I run in and run out. Like a night in the dark. I mean, just, Jesus Christ. But if you're an unwilling overstayer, means you didn't leave the country, okay, you can still pay fines on that. It's not a big deal. You see, there was no resolution reached yet on this. This is the key point. There's no resolution on it. And it had become administrative only because of the report. Now, in Bummer's situation, he very willingly, for almost 7 years, avoided paying his fees. Cigarettes and booze are more important to him. That's not my problem, not any of your problems either. It's his problem. But this is actually, he kept on saying, well, I know, I'm administrative. Well, I don't know if you want to call it administrative in his situation, because in his situation, it's like they're holding him there because he has a case against him. So it's sort of administrative in a way. Different though, because he willingly went without paying. But since he has a court case, a criminal, not civil, court case on him, that he's being held there. He calls it being held against his will. Well, welcome to the Philippines, right, folks? Guys, welcome to the Philippines. This is the way it works. No, I'm not going to be thrown in a cell with him, and there's no reason for that. It's not the kind of crime that's going on here. I don't think that's ever going to happen. At least what I'm being told, anyway. I did not willingly, and would have came to that, would not have been a willful situation to not pay my fees or exit the country. Will I be able to exit the country? No. I'm not going to be able to exit the country until the resolution comes through, and we go from there, one baby step at a time. But yes, I know for sure that if it didn't turn out my way, all this valuable information here, if it didn't turn out my way, basically, I can't leave the country till the resolution is set, nay or yay. They deal with it at that point. Okay, if it's in my favor, the bogus report, okay, any little overage, I'd have to pay some little fees and fines or something to that degree. Yeah, something like that. So it's not a will, or willful, overstay in the country. That's the difference. It actually is fully administrative. It's not like I'm hiding from immigration, that I don't want to do my exit. It's nothing like that. I would do I would definitely leave the country when needed to. But if you're not given the opportunity to do so, then you can't. You just can't. That's the rules of the game. You got to follow them. They make the rules out here. I don't. You just got to follow them. But no, I'm not going to be arrested and wind up in a cell next to Barry. I just really don't see that happening, and he should be very happy about that. He thinks because he gained not some fat. God, I seen that video of him on Facebook. I I swear, man, I had to look at it again because man, I'm saying if I did wind up in a situation like that, damn, I'm gonna do some exercise, brother. Let me tell you that. I'll eat as healthy as I fucking possibly can. One way or another, I'll find healthy food somewhere because I don't want to wind up like that. Holy fucking shit. He looks like Kevin after Kevin lost 200 pounds and Kevin weighed almost 400 pounds. He looks like Kevin, half of Kevin when Kevin was at his ultimate weight. He can't be too healthy, man, let me tell you that. But he thinks he's a big guy now because he gained a lot of fat. I don't know where he gets that idea. I have no idea where he gets that idea. But nevertheless, we're handling things. That's all I can tell you. We're handling things. Handle it. We're handling things. I assure you. It's all good. Can't leave the country, though. Don't even have a court date. Can you believe that shit? Don't even have a court date for Barry's case. Not even a court date. His partner said, well, you better ask Alan. I said, yeah, when Alan has the time to get back to me, because his associate has been the one that has been my liaison in this whole thing for quite a while. Alan has his own busy schedule, more so than his associate. So it's really difficult to make contact with him all the time. How could he not know the court date? I mean, that's the crazy thing about it. How could he not know? Because the last hearing said it was in March, and we're approaching March. Shouldn't we have a court date? You would think we would, but I'm not aware of any court date. I just know it's March, and I thought it was going to be the first week of March. See, there's things I don't know. There's things I don't know. Anyway, attorney went up to the window himself with the documents, blah, 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 explained what's going on, waiting for a resolution. Easy as pie. Easy as pie. With some restrictions. I didn't get arrested walking in there. I didn't, God. But I got to go back on Monday. God damn. Got something else to take Don't tell me that this has been on mute the whole time. Don't tell me that. I better condense this. Okay, I don't know what was not said on here because I had it on mute. Let me just condense this. Oh my God. Did I really do that again? Okay, it's unwillingful, as far as not exiting the country, blah, blah, blah. It is administrative. It's not like I'm willingly not leaving the country when I'm supposed to. That's not a problem. Lawyers that don't take care, you just take their fines and fees once this resolution is done. Even if it doesn't go in my favor, and I don't know if you heard me say this, I had to stay on mute. I don't know how long it's been on mute, but holy shit. I just gotta try remember not to do that again. Yeah, it's, unlike the Mantis. The Mantis was very willingful not to pay almost 7 years. Mine actually is again administrative. Actually is administrative because it's not like the willingness of my part to not pay visas and extension. The exit. ECC. That could be worked out. That's fine. Yeah, and if you didn't hear this, the lawyer said that yes, there is a court of appeals. No matter what Bummer said, yes, you do have the right, and there is a court of appeals. I don't even have to go to court on that. It's more on paperwork. He may have to go to court to present it or something, but I don't have to go to court on that. There also is a secretary of the board. We can go through that too if that one doesn't work. And even the first one, which is Court of Appeals, that could take anywhere from 6 to 12 months to 24 months. I don't know how long. They're dealing with all these Chinese pogos and all this shit. There's so much shit going on. The court dockets are just fucking crowded up. So no matter what the decision to come to, I might be here for a while. No, it doesn't. I'm not going to get arrested by any officers coming to my door because I didn't do an exit from the country. But we did work something out on that visa thing there. We're getting it through there. You're getting it through. We're getting it through. He just went up to the window, explained the situation again, and yeah, that's kind of what's going on. And I'm not worried about the visa extension, right? Well, I'm not worried about it because I got an extension! Lawyer took care of that, just went to the window, that's all he had to do. I was really reluctant, to be honest with you. Really reluctant, but I felt, more comforting when he was in there. So me and Gilda just sat down in the seats and we let him take everything and explain everything. So that worked out pretty well. No, I'm not going to have police officers come to my door and arrest me and put me in an orange jumpsuit. I don't believe I'm going to be thrown into a attached jail cell with Uncle Barry. For his sake, that don't ever happen. I'll tell you that. He's a big boy now, not in height. He's still only a midget, 5'2", but he's fat. He's fat. His face, he's fat. He's not muscular. He's fat. He's unhealthy, and he keeps on eating the same shit. He's not, no exercise is going to help him at this point. He thinks he's a tough guy because he gained weight. I say the opposite. That's what I say. Yeah, I caught an earlier show he did. He was bitching and whining again. Holy shit. I'm really shocked he hasn't had a complete nervous breakdown. If anybody should be on psychotropic drugs, it should be him, so he could cope with his situation. Anyway, he was all full of bullshit. It's not the way it seemed. He was trying to intimidate me and make me scared. Scared. No payoffs to immigration, no under-the-table deals, as he likes to call it. But look what he's done. He clearly came out, CW gave him that $50,000 on other occasions too, talking about corruption of the immigration. When he was going to give immigration or a prosecutor $50,000 to throw out his case that I got against him, on the charges. I mean, this is all recorded stuff. It's all recorded. Yeah, Best and Brightest. Wow, so I got us. No, 6-month extension. They don't do that shit no more. No, I can't do a visa run out of the country. Cannot do that. Nope, until this is resolved. If it ain't resolved. If it's resolved, then yeah, but I still gonna have to pay some small fines or fees, something like that. Then eventually we'll have to leave. They have to give me an extension on how long it would take for me to, leave the country, come back, and all that stuff. But yeah, there'll be fines and fees involved, but no, we're not talking about like a lot of money. No, nothing like that. No. CW's a sucker, yeah, he really is. Eventually I will have to, yeah. I mean, but if it doesn't work my way and the resolution says, sorry, Charlie, no tuna for you today, no cigar. Well, got the Court of Appeals. Then there's one after that. Again, the Secretary of the Board. As I said, that could take a lot of time because the court system is backed up like a motherfucker. Yeah. Okay, I gotta go because I gotta eat. I'm serious, I gotta go eat. Barry, you're so fucking full of shit. I hope you rot in that fucking cell. I really hope you do. But they're on to you, buddy. Oh, they're on to you. You gotta see what I sent out today while I was out there, actually, and had some, 10 minutes of time to myself. Oh my God, your Facebook thing that was actually sent out to all the agencies, man. You don't know when to quit, do you, Barry? You just don't know when to quit or how to quit. You just don't know. You just don't get it. Keep running your mouth. Why don't I use that expression? Keep running your mouth. And I'm going to tell you something, man. You're not doing yourself one bit of good, and it just compiles and piles and piles. Everything compiled. God, I can't believe it sometimes. Someone needs to call the detention center and put Bummer on suicide watch. I don't give a shit. Let him. The guy shed a tear. Perfect timing, I would say, with that siren. Perfect timing with the siren. Ladies and gentlemen, people of all ages and all races and creeds, we've had a lot of history on the Philippines genre on YouTube. It is said that Peter V was the most wicked, vicious, lying piece of crap, but he's been long replaced. Nobody can deny at this point who has taken that place. And guess what? It's not me. Mr. Barry Lee Jordan, with a long history of chronic lying, chronic denial, self-righteousness, narcissism, cockiness, total disrespect for the law, and any kind of authority, any kind of authority figure. Mr. Jordan has plagued this internet for about, as far as YouTube, about a good 10 years. And when he first came into this country, it was trouble from day one. If you know the history, you'll understand. Mr. Jordan is sitting in a detention center with all his wants and needs, all his toys, and we're talking, I know people find it hard to believe, cell phones, laptop, Xbox, ice maker, coffee maker, water heater for coffee, and all the amenities that you would not stand to find in any kind of a detention center at all. And as such, he's always figured he could get away with everything in his life, and that's not a true story. His crimes started back in America when he got into a confrontation with his ex-wife over a child. He talks about children quite a bit, but he doesn't respect his own. So much that he's never paid child support for 2 children. And the girl's name is Cheyenne, which he claims no responsibility for. They were adopted out to qualifying and responsible parents. Thank goodness for that. His son doesn't want anything to do with him. And for good reason. He knows what he did to his mom. And we don't know what he did to his child as far as slapping him around or any violence, so I cannot say that on here to be anything factual because I don't know that. He has a huge temper and he has a little man complex. Now, as most of you know, Mr. Barry Lee Jordan was arrested for immigration stay of almost 7 years. He didn't want to pay his fees and fines. He didn't want to pay his visa, but he gladly took anybody's money that's willing to, when he starts begging, to help him out, whether it was girlfriends or otherwise. The most important thing with him is getting laid, going to the bars, drinking, and smoking his Mighty White cigarettes, approximately 3 packs a day. He was a chain smoker. Right now he vapes, but it's really not that much better than cigarettes, but we'll go beyond that. During his illustrious career on YouTube, he has made a ton of enemies. He has lied to his own audience. Anybody who gave him a donation that was earmarked for something particular was never used for that purpose. Instead, he'd spend it on women chasing, booze, and cigarettes, and ribeye steaks, and so forth. His motto was that I don't want a woman that doesn't have a job, because Mr. Barry Lee Jordan only makes a very little bit of so-called Social Security disability money, which he shouldn't be getting while he's living in the Philippines. However, he is still receiving it, although he tells his audience that they took it away or he's not getting it. Yes, it is 100% true. It's Viking Sun. Look up the word burn in a dictionary. Bruce Monroe says. He is the most despicable person that's ever been on YouTube history. Undeniable. He has spat in the faces of his donators on his own channel. He's the man that will bite the hand that feeds it. He's the rabid dog on here that doesn't understand affection, doesn't understand appreciation, doesn't understand what to be a good man is, and exhibit at least some portion of his being that has any goodness in it whatsoever that we have not seen on YouTube. Peter Van Dever was Mickey Mouse, I think, compared to this guy. I don't have any doubt about it. I changed my mind about that a long time ago, where I thought that Peter V., which is Peter Van Dever, a well-known huckster, a well-known con man, a well-known scammer, who graced our shores of the Philippines back in the day when he came on his channel, and he too also lied about everything. He was a true scammer in every definition of that word. Barry Lee Jordan has taken that place by his own demonstration on his YouTube shows. One of his last shows I just seen was caught on Facebook, and he's not going to be able to get rid of that because I have it on my show. It's recorded. I got it to the public. You can look at it right now, where his face is on camera, and he said some really horrible things. Really horrible things. He continued to call me a pedophile, which, if you're not familiar with the situation, is that the reason he has 5 criminal charges against him and he's on a court trial is because he had labeled me as a child predator, as a pedophile, small dick, erectile dysfunction, and it goes on and on and on and on, that I can't please my woman. He's even talked about my girlfriend in, let's just put it not so nice ways. Made a lot of implications and innuendos about how many children she has, like it was a sin, that she was subservient to me, and that basically I'm a walking ATM to somebody that happens to love me very much, and I know that not to be true. He seems to know everything about our relationship, sexual, financial, personal, when he doesn't know shit. Mr. Jordan is acting out because he doesn't like his present situation of 22 months incarcerated in the Mandaue Warden's Immigration Detention Center in the Philippines. He's unhappy with his living conditions. He's unhappy because he can't go to the bars, can't chase any more tail. He claims that he loves his partner, that he calls his wife, but it's been proven time and time again he never got married. Another lie to his audience. During his reign of terror on YouTube, he has consistently lied, and even to his own supporters. These are people that have actually given money out of their pocket because they wanted to help him out, to get him out of his situation with court, with his present situation, incarcerated at the detention center. He has shown no appreciation to anybody. Instead, he will viciously turn on his supporters, donators, etc. He has blocked people. He will not let people voice their own opinion, and he puts them on block. Mr. Jordan has to take responsibility for his own actions, but he's very quick to point out fault with other people. And this has been going on for the whole time he's ever been on YouTube. He continues to use his cell phone in his cell, which is a big no-no. And many times immigration officials have approached him and said he could only use it for and under the supervision of the guards, to call your lawyer and to order food. But Mr. Barry Lee Jordan has not taken heed of the requests that were made by the staff or anybody higher than the staff. He continues to use his cell phone as a weapon. And speaking of weapons, Brevis, real name, Drew Arthur Norty, brought him a miniature-sized baseball bat, which is considered a weapon in any kind of incarceration, prison or otherwise. Nobody has taken that weapon away from him, which makes you wonder what's going on in that cell between him and the staff. A lot of questions and eyebrows have been raised about that. Why is a man who's supposed to be punished in a jail cell having a Xbox, all the luxuries anybody could want to keep them getting by? His girlfriend comes over, whether it is conjugal visits or not, I can't really say, but this is the best living situation that Mr. Barry Lee Jordan has had in his whole existence in the Philippines, because there is indeed free rent and electrical hookups, free electricity. This has been going on since he's been incarcerated for 22 months. and he laughs at the authorities. He even attacks immigration, saying that they are taking bribes. He has made allegations against me that I've given immigration bribes with no proof at all. He has been in conflict with the U.S. Embassy and every other office. Mr. Jordan doesn't understand. He's been given a lot of nicknames, such as Digger, because he tends to dig his own grave in his own situation. He doesn't understand the concept that kindness can get you a long way, but he persists on being vicious and continues to use his phone as a weapon. Okay, Bruce Monroe. I remember hearing a story about Barry 5 years ago when he got his girlfriend to buy him a computer on credit, and he stopped making payments and let the authorities go after her. Actually, it was a situation with a guy named Prince. There may have been 2 incidents on that too, but I know of the one with Prince. It was over in the Romblon area. Prince graciously, although without thought, trusted Mr. Jordan and took out on credit a laptop computer for Barry Lee Jordan, with the hopes that an agreement that he was going to make payments every month. But that never happened. He was stuck with the bill, and Prince did not have a lot of money. He was an atypical Filipino who was between jobs or not making very much money. Because of that, it was called estafa, and he was going to get in big trouble with the police. His mother had to pay off the balance on that computer so that her son did not have to go to prison. This is just one example of all the damage that he has caused so many people. So many Filipinos that he's dated, his motto was, "I want to date a woman with a job." And he says that because he's a man that never wanted to work. He's a man that feels that the world owes him something because he's such a bitter soul. Has not had the greatest life in the world, starting with his childhood, where he has openly admitted that there was some sexual assault made on him during his childhood by one of his parents. Through the years, he got bullied in school, and all his life he got into trouble. He had some actually considered criminal vehicle violations. He was in 6 months in prison for striking his wife, having to do with an issue with his child. He did not want his son to go with his ex-wife. He spent 6 months in jail for that purpose. Yeah, I believe he needs real prison too. He was in American jail. We all know where his cellmate would put that bat. That live on Facebook will put him in prison. He had a lot to say on, enough anyway, to say on his Facebook that he thought nobody would ever see. He could run, but he can't hide, and that's been the issue. In the beginning, he got arrested for immigration because he was being harbored by his girlfriend, Charisma Saram, who he's engaged with. He claims to have gotten married, but that never happened, and we caught him on so many lies on that, when he referred to her as his girlfriend, and he slipped. We all know he didn't get married. The purpose of getting married was he felt was going to keep him staying in the Philippines. Figured he was used that as a crutch or a weapon of some sort to his advantage, that if he actually married her. But the situation came up that he could not marry her. Furthermore, down the line, he would not be able to get a 13A. He slipped on the marriage issue when he said that, well, when I get deported, she'll just be able to come over on a tourist visit and visit me. But that's not true because, you know, if he was married, I guess she wouldn't need a tourist visa. He's been caught in so many lies that even some of his most avid viewers stopped donating to him and realized they were dealing with a person who did not want to help himself. He wanted everybody to do his dirty work. He incorporated Ricky, incorporated Brevis, Drew, Arthur Norty, who all are behind the scenes with Barry and have been for a long time. He's continued his reign of bullshit, lies, terror in his jail cell in Mandawi to this day, where he constantly puts on video after video, or live stream after live stream, rather, just about every day, if not more than once or twice or so a day. The whole idea of the court trial was based on libelous statements made toward me. From when he got his first charges in, and it was accepted by the fiscal, the prosecutor, he continued to use his phone as a tool for revenge. And he went further than that when he incorporated his girlfriend into this big fiasco. Admittedly coerced his girlfriend into doing a deportation complaint against me, yours truly. And it's come down to this point now, where I have to wind up fighting my way through this accusation, unfounded, untrue, total bullshit, fabricated. And she did this to appease her boyfriend, because chances are that he pressured her into doing this. Prove your love to me. Put a report on the motherfucker. Let's get him. Let's get revenge on him. That's exactly what happened. So now I got to go through all this bullshit, more lawyer time and money, to be able to provide the affidavits, the further evidence, to disprove her fictitious report that she made against me. All based on her siding with her boyfriend, and by his own request that he totally denies that it was all done on her own accord, which we know is not true. This is who Barry Lee Jordan is. Have you seen, I'm leaving that up, it's his Facebook video, and his face is on camera. He talked about killing me. He talked about the authorities taking bribes, not making really good friends with immigration at this point, as he has said this many times before, that he felt that the immigration was corrupt. He emphasized that he didn't like cops, he didn't like authority. He bashed the U.S. Embassy, he bashed the Department of Immigration in the Philippines, and continues to bash me and anybody else who doesn't agree with his opinion. People would come on his channel to try to offer a thought, an opinion, a solution, or just to share an idea, or try to review with him what he's been doing that's been so wrong, trying to maybe help him out and say, you need to stop, you need to get off YouTube, you've done enough damage to yourself. But he persists on doing show after show after show, or shall I call it live stream after live stream after live stream, not understanding the gravity of his situation, where he could possibly serve prison time. I'm not going to make this a long show because I'm going to be heading in pretty soon. This is kind of a synopsis of what's been going on with this guy. Some people say something called evil does exist on this earth, and if evil does exist, this man is pure evil. He has no conscience. He has no empathy. He has no sympathy. He has no soul. This is a man who's probably been battered around all his life. And he lives a very bitter life. Real easy to attack other people when they do not share his own opinion. He refuses to believe that he caused any crimes, and many times you've heard, many times, I did nothing but overstay my immigration, and he conveniently leaves out that he has 5 criminal charges in court in the Toledo Regional Trial Court, presently going on. He has admitted his guilt in the courtroom already. He's had uncooperative lawyers that didn't want to deal with him because he was too cocky, he was too pig-headed, did not want to listen to their advice, and one, basically, as I understand, if it's truth or not, has basically decided to quit on him because he's an uncooperative client. He supposedly has another lawyer, probably publicly a public lawyer to defend him, appointed by, let's call it, the state. There's been no recourse from the lawyer. There's been no motions filed on his account for plea bargaining. There's been nothing, which sets his case back for more time to serve and more time on the trial. Now, I'll be the first to admit I'm not the biggest angel on YouTube, and many times I've had to defend myself against some really horrible allegations, but I think that's just human. But when you do this on a consistent and persistent level, that makes you evil, it makes you vicious, and possibly could be construed by the public who listen to him as being mentally ill. How could you not be mentally ill if you do the same thing over and over again, bad things, and expecting positive results, when in fact it's actually incriminating him more and putting him in a worse position than he's actually in? So, yeah. I mean, you got a lawyer. You're going to listen to your lawyer. Did he admit to pawning his passport, 18 USC, that's his 1541 to 1546 passports and other entry documents? I don't know whether he pawned it. Well, I know somebody was holding it for him, and he finally got it back. Mr. Storia, didn't Fazio have a video listing over 200 scams of the Mantis? I think he did. Sorry, Mr. Maui, it's too long of a story to get into. I'm just coming on here before I hit the sack tonight and wind down for the night. To this day, Mr. Barry Lee Jordan, no names left out, has consistently put on live streams from his detention cell. He feels he's very privileged. He feels that he is above the law, which hasn't proved very well for him so far. She does have 8 children, which are not mine. They're from the same father. Makes a lot of stupid, corny jokes that her ex is going to take the house when Frank moves out or gets deported. Really lame comments like that. And it continues. He continues to lie to his audience, to the people who have taken money out of their own pockets to help him out when they thought that maybe they felt sorry for him, that he got a bad shake. But as it turns out, it wasn't a bad shake. He deserved being in that cell for almost 7 years of not paying his fines when everybody, or visa fees and so forth, where everybody else has to do that. So his ultimate revenge was to get his girlfriend, Miss Charisma Saram, who lives in Karkar. That's where he was harbored by her, aided and abetted. He makes claims that she had no idea that he was an overstayer. She didn't know anything about him. Although she listened to every single show that he's ever put on. She heard his hate. She heard his threats. She heard his disrespect for the law. But this is the man that she wants to marry. That's between those two. What they see in each other, I have no fucking idea, but that's a whole nother topic in itself that we don't have to get into. It's one of these to each his own situations. Love is blind. Barry has only used women for tools to get the money. Remember the wording. I don't want to date a woman who doesn't have any money or doesn't have a job. Because the majority of his relationships has been such that he would chase after them for money, for cigarettes, for booze, for whatever his needs were, for ribeye steaks. And unfortunately, the women were naive and gullible, and they gave in to that consistently. Nobody understands why, what his control is over women. It's not like he's this big, swarthy, good-looking guy with an angelic personality which simply does not apply to his character at all. He's very rude and crude. He will fart and burp on camera. He will even go to take a shit. He won't even mute his phone. He'll go to the nearby toilet, flushable only by a bucket of water, and take a shit. This is a man who has demonstrated what a low-class human that he is. His own demonstration, no disclaimer needed on that. This is for public view and for people to listen to. They've all heard everything about his character, his demeanor, his disrespect for all authorities. Cops, he's talked horrible about cops, talked horrible about immigration, talked horrible about the embassy, talked horrible about prosecutors. He is usually found in his cell yelling into his phone. The guards downstairs could even hear him. And certainly the occasional cellmates he's had in the next cell would have to listen to this day and night, night and day, and to think how uncomfortable they felt about that. It's really been a horrific experience for anybody who's been around him. Mr. Jordan more likely has health issues, and he does have problems with his lungs. He smoked since he was 8 years old, although he claims he gave it up for the past year. He's been seen on his camera on Facebook vaping, which is really not too much better than cigarette smoking, especially if he has any current lung conditions. He has gained an enormous amount of weight, an enormous, possibly up to 100 pounds since he has been incarcerated, who orders from Grab and other organizations fatty, high cholesterol food. And without activity, he's on a weight gain which is seemingly non-stop. He's unhealthy, of course, because of that, but that's his own doing. Nobody else is responsible. He still makes claims that he's not getting his Social Security disability, which he should be getting it all. That's more of a welfare situation than his situation in America, and should not be receiving that in the Philippines. He has made claim after claim after claim that he's not receiving that money. Then he'll turn around and say, yeah, I'm getting it now. I got it in the bank. You're going to put it in the bank. Then he changes his mind again. He's begging for donations all the time, asking for people to help him out. Donate, please, please, to my Gcash, to my PayPal, Super Chat. He cries that nobody's helping him out, but he's a boy that cried wolf. They've always heard his stories, left and right, his stories, about how he needs the money. It is more likely than not that his girlfriend actually does not know that he has been receiving his Social Security disability all along. He does have his own money to buy his Grab food and anything he orders, because that comes down to quite a bit a day, according to how many meals he orders. Unfortunately for his girlfriend, she's been coming in with supplies for him. His girlfriend is not wealthy. She runs a sorry store. She does a few other things on the side to help raise money for her own survival, but she has found herself in a position where she's constantly having to help him, giving her sob stories that he don't have the money, that he can't afford the food. She brings him different kinds of supplies, underarm deodorant, different things from the store. Occasionally brings her some meals, and occasionally a rare visitor will bring him some brisket or something that he requests. This has been going on for the whole time he's ever been in the Philippines and the whole time since he's been incarcerated. This is not acceptable behavior on any level. When you call an innocent man a child predator, has never touched a child, and that's me. He keeps on referring to an incident, a civil case in Hawaii, where I sung a song that used the word pee-pee, and it had a referral to Mr. Fazio, who exposed himself on camera one time, accidentally, and they made fun of Mr. Fazio for a long time. It came from the Muffin Man song. It was actually a very innocent song. Nobody used horrible words like cock or dick or anything like that. But Mr. Jordan has made a career, basically, repeatedly saying that I have groomed an 8-year-old boy, far from the truth. This is the kind of stuff he puts out time and time again to try to mar my character and in the process incite other people to do the same, and has incited violence and death against me to other viewers and listeners, and has said on many occasions he wants to kill me, get a bullet in my head, and made suggestions and incited people. If you offered him 50,000 pesos, to come by and shoot him in the head, me in it. This is the kind of person Mr. Barry Lee Jordan is. You can't get more undesirable than he is. And ironically, he gets his girlfriend to do a report on me to label me as a desirable. When I'm the kind of person who's actually helped my community, I'm helping raising my girlfriend's children. We have a home, we have a real relationship, but he thought that he needed to carry this further, to enact revenge upon me for his situation in jail that he's not very happy with. Henceforth, he got his girlfriend to do a report. She was financed to get a lawyer through somebody on the outside that he claims that it was Richard Jarrett, and Brevis, who is Drew Northey. That's his claims. True or not, there was financial backing on this. They didn't care about my family. They didn't care about my relationship, 9 years together, a home together. We are both responsible for raising our 2 children that we're putting through school and eventually through college. Just the kind of man with no conscience or soul that wants to see a family break up and get me separated from my family of 9 years of a loving relationship that he's made fun of more times than I can count because of his jealousy that I actually have a real relationship, that I managed to get myself rooted into this culture, into this country, and into this deep relationship I've had of 9 years together. They want to throw a wrench in the machinery just to enact revenge. This is the story of Barry Lee Jordan. And today, he continues doing live streams against the authorities' wishes. Nobody's going to take my phone, he says. Nobody's going to touch it. I have a lot of information on my phone, and nobody's going to take it, but it's okay for him to do live stream after live stream and continue to make false allegations against me, to call me every name in a book, attack my family. And yet he sits there in a detention cell in Mandawi, the warden's Mandawi Immigration Detention Center, for 22 months. He blames everything on me when in fact he's the one that actually instituted everything that's going on in his life right now. The fact that he has 5 criminal charges against him that are being addressed in a court of law. He is on trial. Lie after lie after lie has come out. Even if I ever said on some unscrupulous things about him in the past, you cannot measure out on a daily basis through how many years he has attacked me consistently. It's okay to get pissed off now and then, and I certainly have with a few people, and I said a few horrible things that I've actually given apologies to. He can't bring himself to come up with a real heartfelt apology, something that's very valid, and not just to try to get him out of a situation. And thinks that a simple apology is going to solve all his problems, which it's not. Mr. Barry Lee Jordan's character cannot be changed. It's impossible. He has proved it time and time and time again. That's my show. I'm going to bed. Anyway, the case continues. He's hoping and praying. Well, he become very religious since he's been in detention. He will knock people that are not religious. I'm not a religious person. But according to him, I'm a terrible person because I don't believe in a God. I have every right in the world to have my own personal beliefs, but I'm attacked. In other words, unless you're religious, you're a bad guy. You're a horrible person. He talks about freedoms. Well, I have the freedom to believe in what I want. He doesn't want to allow me to have these freedoms. But he gets very confused about what freedom of speech is and claims that him being on YouTube and or Facebook is a poetic license to say whatever he wants, but it's the exact opposite. People have freedom of speech to a certain point, but they do not get to the level that he has taken, both on YouTube and importantly Facebook, which has more gravity, I might say. This has been ongoing and it's been non-stop. Somebody had to stop Mr. Jordan, and I took it in my position to do so when nobody else would. I will continue doing the court case and trying to get the results that I want. I'm very happy at the point that he has spent over 22 months now in lockup, off the streets, out of the bars where he gets in trouble all the time, chasing tail, getting in bar fights, not paying his bills. I can't think of how many places he has owed money and skipped out on. On one incident in a restaurant that everybody's familiar with, he wielded a knife out of his pocket to intimidate the waitress. She claimed that he had some old bills he needed to pay before she was going to serve him any more drinks. So he takes a knife out of his pocket and wields it in front of her as if to intimidate her and scare her. This was in the newspapers. That's what really got the interest of the Board of Immigration on this matter. And at the time, he was labeled undesirable, which he claims today that he does not have this undesirable rating. Where his girlfriend did a report on me to label me, of all people, as an undesirable. When I have done good for the community out here on my show, I got a good record of helping people, giving them advice, and giving lots of topic matters. But when trolls get involved, that's what happens on YouTube. And when somebody in particular doesn't like you, they will do things beyond belief to try to discredit somebody's character, attack their family, to attack the person. This is while they're incarcerated. This is while they got 5 charges of cyber libel. And still, the stupidity, the lack of good judgment, the lack of a heart, the lack of a brain to continue his crimes while he's incarcerated. You're very welcome, Viking son. Somebody had to do it. Well, we're hoping that he gets prison on this. I am handling my complaint that was bestowed upon me by him and his girlfriend, who he coerced into doing the complaint with some financial help from a couple of other people on here that were supposedly pro-Barry Jordan. They had their own personal vendetta against me. So they're willing to sacrifice a whole family because Barry is not happy being in this situation, to get his girlfriend to do his dirty work for him. The very thing that he's looking forward to, that I get deported, doesn't care about what my girlfriend feels. The love of my life, and I'm the love of hers, to have a good family life, taking care of the children, taking care of ourselves together, trying to live a decent life in my retirement. And because of his want for revenge, he wants to break that up because he's not happy with the situation that he himself has caused. Yeah, Mr. Sarai. Exactly. That's my show. I'm going to leave this up. Please see his Facebook video that he put on. He thought nobody saw that. He doesn't know me very well. I know his every move because the man is predictable. And what he had to say on Facebook said quite a bit to incriminate him, and he was on camera. Thank you guys for listening.
Well, I bet most of my viewers would say that I'm a pretty happy guy, that I have very little to worry about. But does that stop me from worrying? No, it doesn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages and creeds and religions and beliefs. Adults too, of course. Well, I'm sitting here eating my porridge this morning. A lot of things come to my mind, many things. Why don't we discuss a few things on my show this morning? I entitled the show Life is an Adventure, and it absolutely is. It's an adventure in every single way. We all go through ups and downs in our life, don't we?
Interested? Stay tuned. Well, I bet most of my viewers would say that I'm a pretty happy guy, that I have very little to worry about. But does that stop me from worrying? No, it doesn't.
But worrying about something is not actually very healthy. No matter what adversities you have in life, you deal with it. And it's how you deal with it. I've always felt that grabbing the bull by the horns is probably one of the best ways of doing so. Instead of procrastinating, you move on, you continue your life, you take care of business as it comes. Because what else can you do? You know, I think even in the worst scenario, well, I'd make lemonade out of lemons. I think I've done that pretty much all my life. I've had situations medically where an ear problem that could have turned into a total disaster. But I said, no, I needed to investigate this further. If I didn't, I would not be alive. Oh, absolutely. Sometimes you can't even listen to your parents, because sometimes they're wrong. And if I didn't handle certain matters in my life on my own, I would not be here right now, taking my time to speak to you. Imagine that. You got to make your own assessments in life and how you want to handle it personally, and not taking the advice of other people where it may not be very advantageous to actually listen to the false information that people claim are trying to help you, but they're actually doing this all for their own benefit. What do you do when a bad situation comes your way? Well, you don't start living. Life goes on, unless you don't want it to go on. But sometimes you gotta listen to your own self, your thoughts, and come up with some conclusion. How do I handle a bad situation? Do I run away from it, or do I face it? And this could pertain to any element in life that you may have experienced. Whether it's a fight, do you approach it head on, do you run away? How about a job that you don't like, but you continue working because you need the money, but you keep on working because the sensible part of you says, I don't like the job, but it's putting food in my mouth and it's giving me shelter. And there's a lot of people who are absolutely miserable with their life because they made the wrong decisions. I was always a person, if I wasn't happy where I was, I moved on. Just moved on. If I wasn't happy with the second place, I'd again make a decision to move on until I would find my own comfort level, which I think is really important. You have to carry yourself around because no matter where you go, there you are. And that pertains to a lot of things. If you're a louse on the skin of society to begin with, no matter where you move, you're still going to be a louse on the skin of society, and that's just a fact. It is the first of the new month. It is officially March 1st. Now, it means a whole lot of things. It could mean the beginning of the hot season in the Philippines. It could mean other things. March can be a very critical month. Oh, it certainly can. The beginning of the begin. I do consider life as an adventure, and that's coming from somebody who has uprooted himself from where he's lived at least 3 times. Let's look at the worst scenario here. All this talk about deportation is a prime example. I've been away from my girlfriend for about 1 year and 2 months because of the COVID. I coped real well. We stayed in touch. Because I was in America, she couldn't come to visit me. And of course, with the COVID situation, impossible. Totally impossible. But guess what? We made the best of it. Life went on. I continued doing whatever I do every day. Going to the beaches, taking a road trip, working in the yard. These are things you do. But don't let people stand in your way in your life under the worst situations. You don't do that. Because that would be defeat. Complete defeat. Speaking of the feet, Paul Bunyan. That's what it looks like. That's why I don't wear slippers. I got what looks like the beginning of a small bunion on my foot here. Oh, if you care to know that. Yeah. A German in Japan ATM. And what does that mean, Dominic Skidis? I had a dream. I had many dreams. But you know what? There's one thing between dreaming and executing your dreams. Doing the things that you want to do, not what somebody else wants you to do. You make a decision in your life and you keep it. Make a promise to yourself, no matter what it is. Life is not ethereal, although some people go through life thinking that, well, they want to wear blinders and they don't want to see the truth about themselves, perhaps. You know, we live in a very complex society, and it's getting more and more complex as people have been very clearly divided against one another, well, whether it's their religion or other beliefs. Racism will never go away. But adhering to your own values and your own beliefs is the one thing that you have to do. It's actually critical that you do that. Don't let other people influence you. That's the worst thing you could do. Use your own mind and make your own decisions, which you think is right to do about any situation that comes up in your life. I think we've all at some point had some kind of hardships in our life, whether, I don't know, financially, whether in love, had to do with relationships, family issues and tissues. But somehow you're still here. If you're listening to me, you're still here. And somehow you got over that. You brought yourself beyond to begin a new chapter, good or bad, but that's what life is. Life is not perfect, and you will go through some challenges in life, guaranteed. But it's, in a way, the challenges kind of make it interesting to see how strong you are and what you're capable of doing when you put your mind to it. Allowing yourself to be defeated, that's a coward's way out in life. You have the power to avoid being defeated by anyone or anything. You have that power within you. I've always laughed, actually, on some of these movies where, although you think this is having nothing to do with what I'm talking about, but actually it sort of does. Women are always depicted on movies as, like they're getting assaulted or going to get knifed or whatever. They're pinned down. And all they do is scream. They don't understand that they have arms and legs and teeth. And they could fight back. But you don't see that in the movies. Unless the woman in the movie is a heroine. And she does fight back and does show that she has abilities to defend herself. You don't see that a lot in the movies. Well, unless you're watching, I don't know, Wonder Woman or something in there, But we all have the ability to fight back on something. And when the chips are down, that's exactly what you do. You say, fuck this shit. I'm not going to sit here and let this shit happen to me. I'm not going to allow that. Hey, I'm just sitting here having a relaxing cup of green tea this morning as I normally do. It's just another day. Do I go through life pulling out my hair thinking, woe is me? Do I just go on with my life and I handle things step by step? Any adversities that come my way. I think I've been doing a pretty damn good job of that. That's the difference with me and other people. Anyway, good morning. Got a couple of newbies in here I've never seen on my channel here. And no, there's nothing wrong with your phone. Your screen did not go black. I am not on camera. It's been an interesting couple of years to say, well, let's say 2024 was full of challenges for me. Full of, well, some grief, some not, but I've lost people. You got to realize that life moves on, that nobody lives forever. I've lost a close uncle. I've lost a brother. Yeah. I lost a good friend of like 60 plus years. Shit happens, but life goes on. Despite the grief you might feel for losses in your life, your quest for survival still continues. That never goes away. It's inert. It's built in us. And you go from one day to another despite any possible adversities that come into your life. That's how we are as humans. But as much as humans don't seem to be getting along with each other, the crazy thing about it is people have come so divided, and a lot of people would rather not be around a lot of people, but yet us being a social animal, we have the requirement of being around other humans as if we had a choice, really, for the most part. Unless you want to live on a deserted island, and even that could become very mundane after a while. And I've seen some stories where people have tried that, and a guy went on this absolutely deserted island for maybe it was less than a year, might have been a year. I've heard a couple of stories on that, actually. True stories. And though he found a way to survive as far as sustaining himself with food, whatever was available, coconuts, coconut milk, some kind of vegetation that was edible, possibly even some hunting to get protein and meat. The overall experience of such was overwhelming. You get stuck with all your inner thoughts when you have no other human interaction with you for a year. Some may actually invite that and say, boy, that sounds really great. Just get away from this civilization of war and hate and prejudice and separate yourself from those people. To a certain point, we can do that. We could be choosy who our friends are. We could choose not to meet people from social media or in our personal life. You can keep your distance, just take care of yourself and your family, which is exactly what I do. I think one of the worst things, I still believe it, that if you're involved with social media such as YouTube, it might be fun to talk to foreigners, but I think the overall best thought I have about this is that, keep things on friendly terms, but I think the worst seems to happen when you get involved in this country with other foreigners. Because the influx of people that are coming into this country is not exactly USDA approved, if you know what I mean by that. And we got a lot of freakazoids coming into this country, unfortunately, with bad intent. Some of them absolutely use and abuse Filipinos to the point that it becomes actually a crime. And they do it over and over again to get that proverbial notch on their belt. And that happens more often than not. We have people that come into here with attitudes. And I've always said, you might think the grass is greener on the other side, but remember, no matter where you go, there you are. You're carrying yourself with you no matter where you go. And if you can't make an effort to change your ways, which might be deemed in society as being bad, if you made repeated mistakes over and over again, and you allow yourself to make these same mistakes over and over again, that's all on you. That's all on you. It's your bad. Because it is true. No matter where you go, there you are. You got to carry yourself around no matter where the hell you go. And if you got a bad attitude problem before you ever came into this country or any country you move to from your original country of origin, you're still going to be that same person. Sometimes people need wake-up calls. Yeah, I do, Stefan. But I don't know. It's being said that the less foreigners are coming here because they're listening to all the horror stories on YouTube. I've seen many shows where people say, I'm not going to move there, considering the legal things here and considering, violence, considering what turns out to be a lot of times they're scamming Filipinos, the scams for your money. But if you're that gullible and naive to jump into a relationship, Stefan, then you're doing that all to yourself. And you got to do a lot of examination when you meet somebody. Give it some time. Don't go out and buy a house for them right away. Like I've always said, I waited 6 years before I decided to purchase a property. Technically, it's 60-40. The foreigner has a 40% right, but when the chips are down, it's her house, and you got to realize that. And the house is something that I would never, ever try to take away from her, even if I could. You made that decision for a reason, because you actually cared enough about your Filipina to want to set her up in some form or way when you're gone in her life, through death or otherwise. That's what you call caring. That's what you call showing your love. And it's helping somebody out for their future. And it just doesn't stop there, which the beauty of giving, the gift that keeps on giving, yes, is a house. Because this house will be inherited by her children. So it's a gift that actually does keep on giving. If you're in a position to do something like that, you're also doing it for yourself. Well, you don't have to pay a rent. That's a positive. Absolute positive. That's one thing less you have to worry about. You can spend that kind of money that you would normally spend on rent for any other purposes you need, whether it's personal, legal, whatever it might be. Yeah. You beat cancer. Well, fantastic. I didn't know, Dave. I know your name. That's a tough one. But the only advice I ever give on that, personally, if it was me, I would not take chemotherapy. And some people listen to people in authority too much. Sometimes you have to challenge authority, but not like this goober does, knocking every government agency that's out there in the hopes that it's going to somehow help them. But as an example, chemotherapy is what actually kills cancer patients. It's not the cancer. They'll either die from the chemotherapy or die from pneumonia or complications from the chemotherapy. Because understand about chemotherapy, it's not only going after the cancer cells, but it's going after every healthy cell in your body. I can't see the sensibility about that. You smoked those Camels for 50 years. What do you have, lung cancer or something? What did you have? And by the way, most people die of heart attacks from smoking rather than lung cancer, more so. You didn't smoke Mighty Whites? Hope at least had a filter. So what's the prognosis, Mr. Dave Knopfler? Yes, Stefan, chemo is a poison itself. Yes, it is. It's just like some of the things that you put on dogs to kill parasites. It's toxic, actually. It might get rid of the parasites, but it might have other side effects. I mean, there's nothing perfect in this world. It's you has to make those personal decisions as to what's best for you. But you got to do the research before a doctor, any specialist tells you, you have to do this and you have to do that. You got to research it first. Lung cancer, my girlfriend dumped me once she found out the prognosis. Well, she wasn't the right person for you then. It's better you found out at one point or another, David. Good for you in the fact that she's not in your life anymore. To know true love is to know that someone will be with you no matter what. That they will be at your side until the day you die. And that's one thing good about Filipinos, for the most part, they will. In America, we all know how it works, to replace some guy for a new model, someone that might be more financially stable, whatever the case may be. But what is true devoted love? You don't see a whole lot of that anymore. You just really don't. The best and the brightest had a message on here, but he retracted it. You didn't have to retract any message on here, sir. Basically, you go on with life no matter what the adversities are, and you fight these adversities as if your life depended on it. In some situations, your life may depend on something. Happy Maui. We got a Hawaiian resident on here. Spent 14, 15 years in Hawaii. I know a little bit about it. I never would choose to live there again, nevertheless, but I've had about approximately 15 years experience of living on the big island of Hawaii. Happy Maui. I'm just assuming that you're from or has some association with Hawaii by that handle. The people that are wasting their life, it's really sad because as we can see on a routine basis here, people are attacking each other left and right. And a lot of these people are approaching or are in their senior years for the most part on here. And you would think that they'd be making the best of their life. And the definition of best of your life, I mean, it could mean a whole lot of things of what you find is best in your life. Oh, okay, best and the brightest. The trolls claim there's no way you were able to do a day trip to Cebu, deal with the BI and SNR and run back. Oh, absolutely. My flight only took 40 minutes in the morning to get there. And it's only 3 hours, well, actually by grab cab and everything else, 3 hours or less, sometimes 2.5 hours by grab cab with good traffic and then catching your ferry on time. Absolutely. I've done this before. Well, they can think what they want, basically. Be a believer. Be a believer. Tell you one thing, when I do go to Cebu, I'm not laying in a hotel bed all day. I'm out, and I'm accomplishing things for the amount of time that I go to Cebu. And that could be shopping, it could be visiting the relatives, whatever it might be. I could manage my time very well. Yeah, I believe 100% trolls are always pulling straws, always. Well, I didn't buy much in SNR, so it wasn't a long shot. We went in there, grabbed a few things because we didn't have our cooler. That's all that was. While the grab cab was actually waiting for us outside of the parking lot. So, oh yeah, you could, absolutely. You can go to Cebu and come back the same day. It's not like you're going to Mindanao or you're going to bumfuck Egypt somewhere. So of course you can. That's nonsense. Of course. Catch the ferry on time and everything else, which we did. Oh, they can believe what they want. You actually think I give a rat's ass on what people believe? People believe a lot of things on here that are not true. I could challenge almost everything everybody says on here. I could always go with a good comeback on just about anything they say. They say, this can't be done, that can't be done, that can't be done. Well, unless you make an effort, it's never going to be done. I did not have any plans to stay in Cebu. And since it was only going to be for that day, I did not even get any accommodations at all. We based ourselves at her relative's house in Cebu. Left our backpacks there where we carry our clothing. Went out to take care of business. When all the business was done, we went to S&R, picked up a few things, grab cab waiting for us in the parking lot, and we proceeded to go home, to be driven to the ferry. Okay? Okay, I'm out in the sunlight here. Okay, gotcha. 23 viewing. 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. You guys could do better than that. You know you want to be here. Yeah, if you listen to the trolls, you'll believe just about anything. You know what they say, if it's on the internet, it must be true. Well, we found out different on that, haven't we? In many occasions, with many people. I guess the moral of my story or broadcast this morning is to face adversities head on, because that's the only way you can do it. You make lemonade out of lemons. Everybody has the capability of doing so, but they have to want to do that. You fight any adversity that comes your way, full strength, nothing held back. If you believe in something, go with your beliefs and keep with your beliefs. Use all the strategy you can. Use those brain cells that your God or the aliens have given us. Instead of thinking with a mind of vengeance, think differently. Think about results. Measure things out. Take the time to measure things out. How do I face adversities? Even if you have to go pen to paper, you measure things out. Like, what's my next step? What will I do if this happened or that happened? How will I handle it? Now, if you let yourself get to become a nervous Nelly, you're not going to succeed. But like I said, everything has a beginning and everything has an end. I've had a lot of circumstances in my life where I thought it was going to be a really bad ending, where I made the best out of something. When COVID came, I had no clue at all that I would have to stay in Hawaii at my residence for over a year. I figured maybe a couple of months this would be over and I'd be on my merry way. But you see, things have a way of taking care of itself. Actually, it turned out to be very advantageous that I did make that trip, even if COVID disallowed me from going back to the Philippines, because I was actually able to handle some situations going on there and spend the time every single day, besides other things we did, to work on the house, fix a few things, paint the house by hand, simple brush, no roller, no spray painter, the whole house, window trim, everything. Maintain the yard. And do some recreational things at the same time. You make the best of a situation. No, I did not expect to be there. I don't know, it was a year and 2 months. I could be off a little bit on that. It wasn't more than a year and 2 months. It was somewhere, I don't remember, it's been a while. But it was somewhere around that time. And I was separated from my girlfriend, but we kept in touch numerous times, every single day. It made it easier for me. I knew I was going to come back, but I had no clue when. It was full of disappointments because I was constantly monitoring everything and when the Philippines was going to open up again so I could come back. And the minute it did, I was rough and ready to go. I never fled Hawaii because of any civil case that was going on. I fled, is what people said. No, I welcomed opportunity to get back home before they changed their mind again, is what I did. Got my Q codes, got everything in order, got my vaccinations, everything that was required to get back. As soon as they opened it up, I got my ticket, and I went on my merry way. That's the story on that. Despite what trolls say, nobody was fleeing Hawaii at all. But it turned out to be very advantageous for me. See how things work out. Not only did I get to see my brother, not only did I get to work on the house and get some things done, get it painted up, but I managed to get a real estate agent who worked with me and got the house sold. Because I decided my landlord days were over, period. You're the one that keeps on writing on that under a different name. Same thing. You're saying after 2 years, your lawyer and fiscal prosecutor can't get a government agency like the BI to stop a detainee from continuing to make defaming comments. Is your lawyer fleecing you? No. Who said he hasn't tried? Who says he still isn't working on it as we speak? Well, not today. It's Saturday. Who says he hasn't? The individual you're talking about has been visited by some kind of authorities with the immigration, but he refused to cooperate. But now it's getting down to a point where he might actually have all that confiscated. I know. You're probably saying, you said that before. Why aren't they doing it? It's a good question, though, because the immigration is well aware of all the little niceties and frivolous things that he's got going on in his cell. And if he didn't have that, he'd be totally fucked. I could say something like he's paying off the guards, but I don't know that. Everything is a possibility. The guards is just purposely looking the other way. Maybe they like him, which I doubt. I think they cannot wait till the day that he's released from there to go somewhere else, like a prison. Oh no, they've approached this, but the immigration's got to be the one to participate in this. Now, there might be some underlying reasons why that isn't happening. No, I know you're not trying to yank my chain. You're right. I agree with you. Oh, hey, I wholeheartedly agree with you. They should have done something more radical a long time ago. But you see, it works against the inmate. Like I've been saying 1,000 times on my show, you've been following me. Doing things the opposite of what you should do in that situation. His non-compliance with the law, his non-compliance with immigration and so forth, has only made it worse for himself. So it kind of balances out. His continuation to do live streams, both there on YouTube and Facebook, is not working well for him, and it will not work well for him. Sometimes things just iron out on their own, sir. Of course. There's not a video that immigration or other authorities don't have regarding him mocking and knocking and doxing the Department of Immigration of the Philippines, even the U.S. Embassy, and any other agencies. They're all well aware of it. More than you know. I don't think there's one agency out there in the Philippines that does not know his name. But I get your point, monster of Cebu. Are you the same guy that's been writing and asking that question, only you're under a different handle? I know you're the same guy, but that's okay. I hear you, man. I do hear you. This should have been done a long time ago. You take that phone and stuff. I mean, the guy has his own office. I mean, he truly has his own office. He has a better setup than most people. He's incarcerated. Seriously. On that Facebook video, he showed, stupid as it was, but then again, he does stupid things. Stupid is, stupid does. He showed his setup in that cell. That's what he did. He had monitors for his Xbox that he showed. Amazing, right? Laptop, cell phone. showed he's an ice maker. He has a coffee maker. As one guy wrote to me, he said the only thing he doesn't have is a 9-hole golf course or something. Oh, he's gotten away with a lot, but as I said, everything has a beginning, everything has an end. What he thinks is going to be a happy ending for him is really not going to be the case. And as I said, if everything else failed, it is officially 22 months now, over 22 months that he's been incarcerated. That's a win right there. If you want to talk about win or lose, if you really want to go that route, if you have to, he lost 22 months ago. Okay, Monster says not to badmouth the Philippines, but the level of government dysfunction to allow that. Don't answer, not for you to dig a hole for yourself. Yeah. Stefan says, if any of the supporters still fall for his bullshit, shame on them. Well, you can't blame the man for trying. Everything he's done has failed so far, and it's just dug him deeper in his own self-made grave. God, I hate talking about this guy, I really do. But you guys have got so absorbed in this drama that's been going on here, it's kind of hard not to talk about some elements of this crap that's going on. And yes, I adamantly say that what he did with his girlfriend to do a complaint on me was wrong. It was wrong in every way. Because if he has a beef with me, because it's not directly with me when they do that, a complaint to try to get me deported. That was vicious. One of the vicious things that's ever been done to anyone that I know of on YouTube to this date, because it doesn't just involve me. No, it doesn't. I don't know about his relationship, but I know I got a solid relationship, and I don't want to be separated from my girlfriend of 9 years and her 2 children here, my dogs, the house, my life in the Philippines. That because of his vengeance and his anger, and all the disdain he has, he decided, I'm going to get even with him. And that he definitely went out and tried to do. He most definitely influenced his girlfriend to do so, because she'll listen to anything that he says. Why? I don't know. Call that the 60,000 peso question. Why? I can't answer that. Devotion, love, exciting and new. Come aboard. We're expecting you, the love boat. Well, I don't think it's a love boat. I think it's a ship of fools. I think it's a disaster. I think there's going to be a sinking of that ship. You don't promote your hate. You gear it, if you're that mad at somebody, gear it to that person, but you have to also understand there are other circumstances and other people that get hurt in the process. Innocent people. And this is a very religious girl, as Filipinos and Filipinos in general are, as you know, very religious people, mostly Catholic, you have some Muslim, other denominations, but who in their right mind, who has a heart and a soul, is going to sell out like that? Because you're not just hurting me, for example. You're hurting my girlfriend. Now, the slime ball will turn around and say, well, what are you doing to me, trying to separate from me and my girlfriend? Well, if we all believed that he had real love for this woman, if we all stretched our imagination and thought that maybe we could feel sorry for him, but as we have all established that she's nothing but a tool to him, sad to say for her, she may love him, quite possibly. Why, we don't know, but that's a whole nother topic that I'm not going to get into here for legal purposes and otherwise. But with this goober, everything is how people can serve him, what people can do for him, not what he can do for somebody else. Let's see, I didn't read everything here. The best and brightest says that he hasn't been charged with anything yet. Maybe as a detainee is allowed to have those items. The issue is he's continuing his crimes with the... Yes, exactly. They might allow you to have that, to call your lawyer, or have some touch with your family. Things like that. I could understand that, but he went beyond that, sir. He used it as a weapon. Stefan says, she's going to realize what she did was a huge mistake when Bummer finally gets deported one day and leaves her. He just used her like every other girl. I will agree with you on that. No disclaimer. I will absolutely agree with you on that. You are just perfectly correct on that. You can't be more right than that. It's a use relationship. Scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. We'll get even with this guy. We'll try to destroy his life. Well, even if there was a deportation going on, it would not be permanent in my situation. I had a big spiel about how I'm not a person who is unwilling to renew things, to leave the country, and all that good stuff that goes with it. Again, and I'll repeat again, this is totally administrative, as my lawyer pointed out to me. It's different if you have been willfully and purposely running away from the system, going on with your life without a care, and disrespecting the whole immigration system out here and the rest of the law process out here in the Philippines. That's what he does. And he was so proud that he got away with it for almost 7 years, a little shy of 7 years. He had managed to elude the authorities, but then I came along and I changed that scenario for him in a big fucking way. Oh, I certainly did. And obviously he's not exactly very happy about the situation, and understandably, but again, he says that I did this to him. I did that to him. When you look at it, he did it to himself. But likes to blame me for such. He needs to sit down and reflect and think of all the things that he's done to hurt people. And to hurt himself on top of that. Ironically. He's done nothing but hurt to him. Excuse me, I'm taking some vitamins here. God with you shortly. I'm sorry about that. Quercetin and bromelain. Well, it actually is a fact that he actually did do it to himself. I mean, there's no question about that. And nobody would even question that. But the difference between me and him is I use logic, I use fact. And I'm not going to make the mistakes that he's made. Sometimes, people, you would think that they learn from their mistakes, but some people just don't have the capacity to do so. And he thinks it's going to be a great outcome from all this. No. In every direction. If I was actually deported, that's not a great outcome. Or he got his revenge. But as I stated earlier, how wrong that is. Because you are separating a family. I'm a man that 70 years old. This is my partner, my love, my caretaker. Yes, indeed, she is. We take care of each other. And to separate us and put us in that position shows pure evil in his heart. Pure evil. Well, I've taken care of some stuff so far I won't go into. Yeah, actually, Shaw becomes a victim because of him, and I got to plug this phone in here. I've got him on 2%. Why am I I thought I charged this damn thing overnight. I don't understand it. I thought I had it charged up. How could it be on 2%? I don't understand that. How could it be 2%? When I charged the damn phone overnight. Oh, I know what happened. There's a piece of the plug that wasn't totally plugged in, so it wasn't charging. Yeah. That's what happened. So for those people who've been following this drama and getting your rocks off with it, it's really not a funny situation at all. And what gets me is that's why I don't have any religious beliefs. Because religion it's all hypocrisy. It's all hypocrisy for the people that follow. I have the rights to my beliefs, but you'll hear this goober get on and say what a bad person I is because I don't have his beliefs. No, I think he found God, dog spelled backwards, when he got incarcerated. Then he found God, like most losers do, that find themselves in really bad situations. Then they find God. But do they adhere to the values of God or the Bible? No, they don't. They just like to pass that word around that, hey, I'm religious, I believe in God. And if you're a godless person, you're some kind of a scumbag. As if nobody has the right of their own beliefs. We've had religious wars throughout human history, all over their personal beliefs in a higher being. And there's nothing wrong with having beliefs in something. And I think in some cases, that really helps people when they have something to believe in other than themselves and their self-righteousness, greed, and so forth. You're not a bad person if you don't believe in organized religion. How is that so? How is that so? You got to be a horrible person if you don't believe in God. What kind of a statement is that? It's ridiculous. And he's the same person that talks about freedoms. Well, he doesn't want to allow me to have my freedom of my beliefs. He thinks it's wrong. That's the one thing I've encountered with a lot of religious people, that they try to look at you as being lower class or lower of a person if you don't have their beliefs. That's what makes us individuals. Having our own beliefs. You can't take that away from somebody. Now, that's happened even in the state of Hawaii. When the ministry came in there, and they told the Hawaiians, you can't dress a certain way, you can't practice your own religion, you have to speak our language, not yours. That's taken people's rights away from them. That's what happened. To a point, I do understand the quest of the native Hawaiians, where the takeover of the islands was terrible. At gunpoint, people were told that you can't do this, you can't believe in this, you can't believe in that. Such freedoms were not available to the native Hawaiians in those days. So to some degree, you have to agree with the native Hawaiians who want their country to be sovereign. I just don't see that's going to happen because they gave in too. You understand, there's two sides to every story. When they realized that land had value and you could sell it for money, they caved in. When land was being scooped up by people that never were born in that land, those islands, they woke up and said, hey, man, I could benefit from this. I'm going to sell our land. I mean, they gave in too. You got to understand that. They gave in. All right, I got to read. Let's see. I think the victims are you and shock. Okay. Believing in God is like I believe in the tooth fairy. Well, sometimes you say to yourself, are there that many? We're talking about billions of people, or certainly millions and millions. Like my old expression, eat shit. 100,000 flies can't be wrong. If they're eating shit, there must be something good about it, right? And you got all these believers out there. It's almost like mass brainwashing. Did you know I don't know when this was. It's a true story, but I can't very eloquently explain that there was some parchment that was found under a church altar in a very old church. I don't know if it was Italy or where it was, or Jerusalem. It's been a long time ago. I can't be really detailed about this, but it contained a parchment that pretty much would get people to disbelieve in a God. And the person who found it, it was going to spread. Does it sound familiar? Spread it around, got killed. The archdiocese, the Vatican will go as far as killing people if somebody came up with a truth or found to disprove the words in the Bible. Just like the guy many years ago who came up with a solution for automobiles that could be run on water or other sources. He disappeared. Coinky dinky, huh? Because there's too much money involved with the oil agencies for gasoline, petrol. It's just, you're one small dog against a big corporation that don't want to lose money. There's people that have come up with great ideas that would affect different companies and close down companies that dealt with a certain product, whether it was a pharmacy, pharmaceutical, or other business, that would take down a whole corporation if certain information was given out to disprove something about the corporation that maybe, perhaps, I'll give an example, to prove that this company was illegally dumping toxins in rivers and oceans, stuff like that. And they will go after that person because there's billions of dollars involved. Do you understand how this works? And I'm going to compare this to Barry's situation. Billions of dollars could be lost when some good citizen decided, hey man, I found out that you're dumping all your toxic waste into our rivers and so forth. The corporation is going to fight back tooth and nail. They'll kill you. Or they'll make you conveniently disappear. And the same with the goober guy. He thinks by spreading hate, spreading lies, is going to somehow not turn on him. But he's wrong. It did turn on him. He has a court case against him. Yeah, believe in God is believe in a tooth fairy. I don't, and I want to say this again, I'm not against religious people at all. I think everybody, we do have certain freedoms, but it goes to a certain point as somebody found out. I do believe in your rights to believe in anything that you want to believe in. If it does good for your life, then more power to you, is what I say. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's when the same people who have these religious beliefs and they want to go by the scriptures and everything that's written in there, don't do this, thou shalt not do this, but they still do it. And they figured that by going to the confessional booth on Sundays, they could be absolved of all their sins. But the unfortunate thing about it is they go back on Monday and they commit all these sins all over again till the next session with a priest who's hiding in a dark place in a booth with a dark screen so you can't see his face. Why is he hiding his face? Why is the priest hiding his face? Why? What has he got to hide? The truth? Think about it. Just say 10 Hail Marys and have a good day. See you next Sunday. Isn't that how it works? Come on, the truth. Isn't that how it works? So you're a bad person if you don't believe in organized religion. I'm actually spiritual, but that has nothing to do with spiritual related to religion. I'm spiritual in the sense of more of nature. I'm very aware of my life on this earth as a being, as a living organism, and how I relate to my environment. I'm the kind of guy that'll walk down the street, look at a tree or a beautiful flower and something, you say, that's amazing. But our minds have gotten so clouded this past century, especially the past 100 years. But people who live in big urban environments and so forth, and there's like a thousand different things that go through their mind at any moment. So many distractions, traffic, other things, crime, everything, war, fighting, that they can't sit down and realize the value of life and their existence on this planet and even question it. They just want to go to work, make a paycheck. They want to get laid when they get home, kiss the kids before you go to work. Everybody's cattle out here. Everybody does the same thing. Kiss the kids before you go to work. Have a good day at school. Give your lady a kiss on the cheek. See when I get home. I might be a little late today, honey. I have a meeting. Well, you're actually probably screwing with another woman. Can't trust anyone. In relationships, a lot of them are false relationships. Some people like to maintain that image for their company. I'm a family man. I'm a pillar of the community. Well, so was some serial killers too. Yeah, they were a pillar in a community. But what they did beyond the facade of their job and their association with other humans, friends, neighbors, and so forth, nobody knew. It's a very evil mind, and some people have very evil minds, and I could think of one in particular. Life goes on, it'll continue to go on no matter what. Again, making lemonade out of lemons. And having that inert need to survive, to go on with your life, and to accomplish the things that you set out to accomplish, no matter what it takes and how long it takes. Always fight against something that you don't believe in. Don't give up your values to follow the cattle in life, because that's exactly what they are. And you will always hear me talking about the cattle of society, which is the present human race that we have going on now. They will believe anything anybody says because it's a popular thing to do. They'll listen to music that's, well, you may define it as music, and I may not define it as music showing any talent other than a bunch of ghetto dudes singing with rhymes, and that's supposed to be music. And some of them will get inducted into Rock and Roll Hall of Fame when it's not rock and roll. Don't even associate that with rock and roll. That's a travesty to be awarded something in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That is just disgusting. It's a fallacy. It's vicious, I think. You can't be labeled something that you're not. You got to remember that. You need to fight up any adversity in your life, no matter who or what they are, no matter how much money they have. When there's a will, there's a way to get the job done. And I'm one of these people that likes to get the job done. AJG. Every atheist's last words as they're sucking in their last breath is, please, God, I don't want to die. Well, henceforth, comes the question, why is God allowing you to die? Why is God allowing a child, an innocent child, to die of a painful disease? No, it's always a situation. They don't give the doctor the credit when a kid survives. God did it. But when a kid doesn't survive, they turn around and say it was God's will. It was his time early in life to meet his maker. You're going to sit down and believe that crap, then you are gullible as hell. The one thing I pride about myself is that I am not a man who follows the cattle. I go by my own thoughts and experience, and I have my own rights to believe or disbelieve in something, religion or otherwise. But some people think you don't have those rights. You're a bad person if you don't believe in God. Are you really? Just because of the mass hysteria in that belief, the brainwashing they've had from when they were children because their parents were religious, the kids became religious, and told them, you better be a good boy. You better put the fear in God. Ever hear that saying, I'm a God-fearing person? Really? Why would you want to worship something that you fear? I never been able to, decipher that. Why would you want to believe in something that you have to have fear in? Is it like Nazi Germany? The Fuhrer? That you must fear him or he's going to have you sent to the gas chambers or something? Think about it. See, I could think outside of the box, and not many people do that. I pride myself on that. My girlfriend's religious, but she doesn't hold that against me or me to her. Oh, I was baptized the whole bit, so technically I am a Catholic, but I'm not a practicing Catholic because I don't believe in organized religion. She knows that. She's seen my baptismal certificate, everything, communion, confirmation, the whole bit that a good little Italian-American boy had to go through in New York. Yet I've heard horror stories about the nuns and the priests who were taking advantage of these little kids. Yeah. I heard a lot of stories about that. I know somebody personally that actually was abused by a nun in his Catholic school. A nun, not a priest, it was a nun. Because they take a vow of celibacy and they get so frustrated that they have to act out on it. You think these priests are not sitting there with their underwear down to their ankles watching Pornhub? Nobody's perfect. Not even the priests and nuns. Oh, yeah. You think they're following the values of the so-called Bible? And who wrote the Bible? How many different revisions has there been? Wait a minute. The word is the word, right? What's written in the Bible, how could it be changed? They have changed the Bible over the years. Now, guess what? The Bible speaks of aliens. That's the only thing I believe in the Bible. They made a lot of references to that. So is there a God, or is it just some intelligent being that came to this earth many, 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 many moons ago? And the technology was so fascinating that they looked at them as some kind of a supreme being, which they were. Henceforth, the name God came in. It could have been pronounced a different way through the centuries. Could have been dog. Who knows? But you got to think outside of the box, and not many people have that capacity to do so. You just want to go along with the cattle. What the cattle say, you follow the cattle. If the cattle all go into a stampede over a cliff, the other cattle are going to follow, and they're also going to jump off that cliff. Is that not the truth? El Leo says, God gave us free will, and a person's choices aren't attributed to God's will. Your argument is invalid. Well, I appreciate that statement. I don't expect somebody who's religious to want to support somebody that is not religious. In other words, it's your word or hit the highway. Isn't that what it is? That's why I'm not involved with organized religion. Because this is the same attitude that you're depicting right here in that statement. Look, I have no problem with what you believe in. Continue. If it somehow makes your life fulfilled and happy, then I'm actually supporting you. But you can't attack people that don't have your own beliefs. Muslims have their own beliefs. Okay? Other religious sectors that have their own beliefs. But how many gods can there be? There's Allah. We know, and then we'll know as our God. And there's a son of God named Jesus. Was there a man that walked the earth named Jesus? I believe there possibly was. Was he the son of God? Was he the product of immaculate conception? Come on. Look, I got an open mind, like I said, and I'm willing to examine certain things, but I'm not buying into the story because there's been so many scriptures that have been changed through the years. So what's factual and what's not? This show is not really about religion. I somehow segued into this, just proving a point that people have their own beliefs, and they should be able to. It doesn't mean their beliefs are right or righteous or wrong, but it is their beliefs. You got to give them that, and I give you that, absolutely. I'm trying to say you're not a bad person if you don't share somebody else's beliefs. It doesn't make you a bad person, a bad human, a horrible living organism. But you can't be one-sided. You can't be this highly religious zealot or a person who lives their life for a belief in something that maybe others don't believe in, but you can't attack people because they don't share the same beliefs that you have. I don't think that's right. I never thought it was. Born-again Christians give great speech. Well, Alan Davis, God bless you then. Jesus Christ is the only true way. Hey, if it makes you happy, if it makes your life happy, believe in whatever you want to believe in, but do not attack those people. And there's a lot of us out there that are agnostic or atheist. We are choosing to believe it, and you cannot attack us for it. You want everybody to have your beliefs. That's wrong. That's wrong. Allow people to have their own beliefs. Just like people believe Trump is the best president, that he can do no wrong when the guy had 32 felonies and became president. That he rewrote his own laws to give himself full immunity from any crime. That's a dictator. That's a power-hungry man, a money-hungry man. You elected him, and it's early in his career right now. And the only thing I agree with this guy, as I said before, I will give credit where it's due, because I'm that kind of person who will. I'm not going to totally dislike somebody for everything. It's just getting rid of illegal immigrants in the United States is a good thing. But unfortunately, everything has a bad ending to it. There are now rioting going on, more stealing, more crimes, and what you got? Oh, okay. I got to eat something else here, apparently. Alan Davis, I'll read your comment. No, you have to have faith, Alan Davis. And even when you sit down, you have faith. The chair going to hold you up and not break. Or if you get too fat, I don't think that chair is going to hold you up either, Alan Davis. That's your opinion, Alan Davis. Without faith, you are without. Yeah, you're right. You're without, by your choice. But no one should shove religion down your throat. That's my point. I think that's very wrong. I think that's very wrong. You can't shove something down somebody's throat that don't want to swallow it. And I'll say it again. If you're happy with your beliefs, God bless you then. I think when you die, you rot like any animal on the roadside. The worms get you and everything else. You become mummified. You decay. Now, would I hope that there's something after life? I would like to believe that we're not just put on this planet just to live and then abruptly, in some cases, die, get disease and suffer. I would hope that there's more than that. I would love to believe in something like that if it was proven. I know many religious people say, well, we get wind. Don't we get wind? And can you feel that wind? I'll say, yeah. But you can't see it, can you? I said, no. Unless there's debris in it. Well, God is out there, even though we can't see him. Is this guy like a ginormous computer being that he knows everything that's going on in 5 billion people's lives on every single moment. It's kind of hard to believe. I'll allow you one more comment here, Alan Davis. I'm going to go anyway. The problem is some people will believe and some will not believe. You have a free will. So you, exactly. Thank you. Thank you. You have a free will. You are correct. So don't argue with me about religion, that it's your way or the highway. It's just not like that. I don't look down on people that are religious. I just say that's not my belief. I don't like war. That's my belief. I think there should be other measures to prevent war from innocent people getting killed. People that are in battle, they're killing people that have families too, just like you do. And my point is being made with the idiot who wants to get revenge for me but doesn't realize he's hurting a whole family just out in the war field. I understand it's kill or be killed. That's what's going on with him, in a sense, kill or be killed. Attack me because he feels that he's being attacked. People have families. Do you understand that? People have families. And interrupting certainly a man in his later years who depends on the love, companionship, nurturing, caring from a loved one is very vital, especially at this age. But to get vicious enough, despite how religious you are, you feel that revenge is godly. You really feel that revenge is godly, do you, ma'am, sir? Referring to two special people out there. You think that revenge is going to bring you more points with the big guy in the sky? Is that what you really believe? I say you're wrong, because if there is a big guy in the sky, there's going to be a lot of questions when your time comes to meet your maker. Decide whether you go up or down the elevator, to heaven or hell. That's why religious people, to me, are biggest hypocrites on this planet. They do things that go totally against the values and what's written in the scriptures. Totally against it, but they feel they can go to that little room where this priest is hiding in a booth with a dark screen and low light. Tell me, child, what's your problem? Well, I fucked over this guy, Frank, which could possibly affect his family. I want to make life hard for him because he incarcerated me. And she would say, well, my boyfriend's in jail and I can't be with him. So the guy says, if you really love me, let's do something about this. Let's enact revenge. And these are coming from people that are supposedly very religious to enact revenge against somebody. That's why I don't believe in religion, and I never will. I don't want a cross on my grave. I don't want to be in a church because I have my own beliefs. And if you challenge my beliefs, I have the right to challenge yours. That is all. And God bless you all, by the way. God bless you all. Every single one of you. God bless you.